Don't want me swearing now. Testing, fuck shit bollocks.
Do you want to just come down here?
Can you hear this? Yeah, that's working, isn't it, I think? I can hear something. Yeah? Good. I'll turn it off now, though, yeah? Hey, Tarek.
Okay, we're just about to begin, so take a seat if you have not already. Sorry for the slight delay, just getting the technical things all working. But welcome. Welcome to our ASC one-day conference. I see many of you have been at our conferences before. If you have not, then a very big welcome to you. I hope you'll find the day both fascinating and also will make lots of friends. We're a very welcoming group of people, so please do enjoy the day. I have the pleasure of being your chair for the whole day, so it's my job just to keep things running. I have some admin, I suppose, to go through first. So some essential information you may have missed in your pack here. There is a QR code, and if you point your phone at the QR code and follow the link, it will have the whole of the day listed out, so you can be aware of all the speakers when they are speaking and when the lunch and different breaks will happen. Also in there, if you're not already on the Wi-Fi or don't have good mobile internet, then you can get onto the Wi-Fi as well. Anybody that's had any dietary requirements, they have been communicated to the organisers, event organisers here, but obviously just be careful, so please do check before you take any food. Yeah, just ask the catering team to confirm. There is no planned fire test today, so if you do hear the fire alarm, then please leave the building. Pretty obvious, but please work your way down the stairs and meet outside. Do not collect personal belongings. And there is also a fire escape. I think if you go outside, you can get down probably a much more fun route onto the pitch. But let's hope there's no fire. A big thank you. We can never do these things without sponsorship. So please join me to thank Delineate, who I believe are here, and would like to say just a very word. Thank you, JT and Delineate.
Thanks. I felt morally obliged to say something as we'd sponsored, but I haven't got anything particularly important to say, other than this is my favourite conference of the year. I get to be a little bit geeky for a bit, and I missed that, frankly. So I'm JT, James Turner, formerly on the ASC committee, and missed that quite a lot, actually. But it's amazing to see this event go from strength to strength. The title this year, Doing More with Less, really resonates with me. We hear it from all of our clients looking for more value. There's an expectation in the industry that we are taking advantage of technology to improve value, whether that's bringing prices down, speeding things up, or generating better value through insights. So it's a pressure we all feel in the industry, whether you're a supplier, a small agency, or a big agency, or even a brand. So couldn't be more timely for me, and very happy to be sponsoring this again. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, JT, and Delineate. Also, thank you to Malinko, who are sponsoring our live stream broadcast. If you are on our live stream, welcome. So you will be listening live all day. And we also have our annual sponsors, a really important group of people that sponsor us each year and allow us to do all the things that we can do. So thank you to every one of you. The conference today is doing more for less. I will just do a very brief intro, and my plan is not to talk for long because there's lots of presentations to see today. My glass. Okay, so innovators in research. In methodology, technology, and operations are amazing people. We have amazing people in industry, we have amazing people in this room. And I would say that perhaps sometimes we don't get the credit that we deserve. Maybe it's the salespeople that are bringing in the business that get the big praise. But actually, the people behind that, the ones that were often solving the problems, were working late at night to try and deliver that almost near impossible project that's been sold. And I think perhaps most importantly, we're a group of people that always strive for improvements, and we always take pride in pushing the boundaries for the companies that we work for, but also for the industry. But there's another good reason why innovators, technologists and operations people in market research are valuable. I have been part of many budget processes, too many really to remember. And I don't remember the CFO or CEO coming up to me and saying, AJ, how many more people do you want this year? How many more operations people should we put into your team? How much do you want to spend on technology? They come to us because we fundamentally save money for the business. A research company that can sell an extra $1 million of revenue, that does not mean $1 million of profit. But if you can reduce your cost by $1 million, that absolutely does. And that does hit the bottom line. So this is why increasing efficiency and automation and doing more for less is so important. Plus, if we're efficient, then we're faster. We increase quality, we increase job satisfaction, and we keep the clients happy. So I think today we celebrate this, and the plan is we show you lots of examples of how innovation is delivering more for less. So it will be my pleasure to take you through a group of fantastic presentation speakers that we have. We have 9 presentations, and we have at the end of the day, we have an interactive session. Lunch will be served here at the back of the room. Make sure you use, I wrote it saying, on this lovely sunny day, make sure that you make use. It really is quite nice out there. Hopefully the sun will appear. And at the end of today, and maybe appropriately when a theme about innovation, is we'll have a new style interactive workshop, which we're very excited about. But I'll tell you more about that later. And after each presentation will be a 20-minute presentation followed by questions. So think up your questions as we go through the presentations, and there'll be time to ask them. So that's my intro. So we're going to move straight on to our first session. And our first paper explains why adapting to a new reality in market research is most effective if we look backwards, sideways, and forwards. The presentation provides lessons from 2 reactionaries on how to best meet the future. So to tell us more, I'll introduce Nick Baker, Dr. Nick Baker, who's the Global Chief Research Officer at Savanta, with a track record of building commercially successful research businesses and put insights at the heart of organizational decision-making. Also, Ben Hogg, who cannot be here today, but you will see him by video, has over 25 years experience in the market research industry, currently serves as the Managing Director of the Syntex Exchange. Remember, there's lots of opportunities. If there aren't, you can make them, but beware of the fool's gold.
Just a blatant excuse to play the Stone Roses, frankly. Somebody else stop it? I don't know, stop it. There we go. I think I've turned the whole thing off. Yeah, if you would, that'd be fine. So, unfortunately, when Ben and myself sort of put the submission in for this, Ben was in a different job. He's now gone back to his old job in one degree, it's one sense, and he's currently in Sweden for a board meeting, so he's gutted he can't be here. But probably most of you do know who Ben is. What we've tried to do is to just insert a few video clip sort of contributions from Ben, because we wanted to try and still sort of do justice to the fact that we wanted to do this together. So that's all I'm going to say about Ben. And if I could hand over to Ben now, he is going to introduce me.
Good morning, everyone. So for the second time in a week, it's my great privilege to be on stage with Dr. Nick Baker. Now let's see what AI makes of Nick's LinkedIn profile. All right, let's tear into this LinkedIn profile for Dr. Nick Baker. What a pompous twit, slapping a doctor in front of his name like it's supposed to impress us. Based in Greater London with over 500 connections, he's clearly desperate to seem popular. His headline screams Global Chief Research Officer at Savanta, which sounds like a made-up title for someone who sits around pretending to be important while others do the actual work. His posts are a cringe fest, yammering about various History Month webinars and Savanta's acquisition of some obscure Paris-based firm. Oh, and he's honoured to win a Commercial Acumen Award from Aura. Big whoop, mate. Sounds like a participation trophy for showing up. He's got all the charisma of a soggy biscuit, name-dropping panellists and Zoom event like anyone cares. Probably just another self-important suit coasting on buzzwords and a fancy job title. Yawn. Well, I guess it's all pretty accurate apart from the suit bit.
So, kind of where we start. As AJ was just saying about the conversations with CFOs, quite timely. I had one yesterday when they basically said, can you please do a full reforecast for Savanta's Americas business for the rest of the year? Because we want you to show how much you're going to save in the second half of the year from automation and AI. Not thank you very much, I already told you that 3 months ago, but what they're saying is they want more, basically. Now, what we're going to talk about through today is kind of like how we can make sure that we essentially don't fuck it up at the same time, because the availability of things doesn't actually translate to actual efficiency, to actual improvements in quality. And although Ben thinks that introduction was correct, maybe it is, I don't know, but there are so many ways that we can not get this right. Yeah? That what we want everybody to think about is how you can learn from what's already passed. The research industry does not move that quickly, and that's an advantage for us, to be honest with you, at this stage. And I think that we would be wise to make sure that we take on board the lessons that we've already learned.
Good morning, everyone. So,
the Stone Roses, Fool's Gold. I think Fool's Gold as a theme really is kind of what really, it's about making sure we avoid that Fool's Gold. Yeah? Because there is actually real gold at the centre of this and opportunities for us all. And what I'm going to try and do through today is tell you this story, as it were, through the medium of some really fucking brilliant tunes, basically. Yeah. So, good. Can go to the next one.
if AI wrote Stone Roses songs, you float like a hymn through my head, tangled in the words I never said. Silver eyes you hypnotize, paint me gold in your velvet skies. Ooh, we're chasing ghosts through the radio, lost in the fade of a dying show. Ooh, the truth's just a record slowing down, spinning lies in a holy sound.
I guess that's one of the first points. Not very good, is it, that? So, we've got to make sure that we're thinking about what we've got, how we use it. I used the analogy, I think last week, where I've got a skateboard, I've got some wheels, I've got no trucks to put the wheels on the skateboard, and I can't skateboard either. Yeah. So the fact that I've got some bits, not necessarily all bits, even if I had all the bits, no use to me, I'd probably kill myself because actually I can't do it, right? So that is something that I think we need to be really mindful of here, yeah? Because often we don't actually even know what all the bits are that we need, and we're in a world of trying to iterate and work out as we're going, yeah? So that notion of test and learn, I think, is incredibly important, fail fast in particular. So to start with, we want to look at, what's out there in terms of the views around what AI is going to do and automation within the research space. Yeah, you've got this kind of Skynet dystopian view about how it's going to destroy creativity. Yeah, this notion of a sea of sameness. Yeah, that everything's going to just become the same, yeah? And that through this process, you know, you're going to lose, I guess, the innate qualities of the human being and what that they can bring to it, yeah? That in essence, we're completely deprioritizing, you know, the value that we as humans bring to the process, yeah? Or bring to the issues that we're looking at. And that also, there are massive potential for biases, hallucinations within the LLMs and all the rest of it, yeah? And that, you know, what this is actually going to potentially drive is a significantly increased volume of more of the same, worse marketing communications, yeah, as one of the things. Now, I think we have to look at this and think about, you know, like the beginnings of online research and how, you know, that was going to destroy, say, face-to-face, which, to be honest with you, has been growing a little bit recently. You know, we can't get too distracted by these dystopian views. Now, the same goes for the next thing, which is basically Ben talking.
The bane of my existence, the AI-generated LinkedIn post, the rocket ship emojis, the weird formatting, the lack of any personality, thought, point of expertise. Like, did you even read it before you posted it, mate? What is your point? I have no idea what you're saying, but you're saying the same as everyone else.
So we've got to make sure we avoid that. But, another great tune, Kraftwerk, the model. The utopian view, I think, is equally not right, to be honest with you. You know, it's going to be the answer to all of our, you know, questions and prayers. It's going to allow us to do everything way, way quicker, yeah? It's going to basically enable everything to be so easy, right? It ain't going to be like that, yeah? There are bits of this view that I think are absolutely right, and I think this is something that we need to really think about, which is that analytical thinking and creativity actually, despite that dystopian view, can become one of the most important things, yeah, in our ability to achieve what we're looking to achieve here, yeah? Because the levels of thought that we can put in to drive the sort of analytical solutions that are available to us now through AI, yeah, can allow us actually to increase quality, yeah? So, for example, qualitative work, I think, often has become an exercise in memory for 2 people rather than the 6 people that might have done all of the interviews. Yeah? So you're not actually including the entire base of data that you actually purport to be. Yeah? So actually, you've got an ability here to actually leverage this new technological capability to actually do even better work, yeah, just by including all of that evidence as an example. Yeah? And there's absolutely the potential to use this to augment our work that we've already got. You know, I'll come on to some more of that later on. Fat Boy Slim, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. It does feel like we should actually think a bit like this right now, which is that we can go back to what we've already been through, yeah? So, you know, there are so many lessons, I think, for us in terms of how we and organisations have failed to adopt certain technologies well in the past, yeah? That if we stop and look at those things, we can actually help ourselves enormously now, yeah? And I think one of the biggest lessons there that we see is that don't run too fast, don't get too attracted by shiny, shiny, new, yeah? And make sure that what you've got is actually fit for purpose. That notion of fitness for purpose is absolutely fundamental to our ability to get this right. There are lots of people already running at certain things and finding out that actually that's causing them issues, you know. I don't know how many organisations have been caught for this yet, but like, you know, if you're putting a load of data into a ChatGPT model, right, you're quite potentially in breach of your contractual, well, you know, obligations to your client. Yeah. Now you need to think about that because it's like one of those things like insurance. You only ever need it when something bad happens. Yeah. Is that with this? You know, it's only a problem if somebody finds out. Well, it's not, because they're going to find out. And I think, you know, organisations need to stop and think about how they operate to make sure they don't trip themselves up. Go to the next one. So overall, amazing tune. Don't believe the hype. Yeah, I think what we have to do, yeah, think about big data, right? So, 15 years ago, roughly? Lots and lots of hype, lots of books, lots of things about Tesco's and dunnhumby, yeah? And in the interim period between now and then, unless you were a telco, where you had a mobile phone number which allowed you to actually uniquely identify loads of your customers very easily, yeah? Actually, the ability to get all of that data into a place that you can actually use it has been so much of a barrier that in reality, the hype has not yet even got close to being able to be achieved in most cases, yeah? So don't get distracted by that sort of surface layer. Think more deeply about what this actually means and how you can leverage things, and crucially, what you need to be able to get out of them, what the promise of those things actually is. Yeah? Because as I come on to talk about, some of this stuff completely changes the natural order of things within our organisations and how they work. What do I mean by that? More senior person, done stuff for a long time, yeah, helps person that done stuff for less amount of time to do things that has never done before, yeah, and then they all get better, hopefully, yeah, and that goes down a chain. Well, if you're talking about AI and the use of these models and things like that we'll come on to, like, you know, Snowflake and the data integration, which bluntly, that Snowflake will actually make the promise of big data realizable for most organizations, I think, very soon. But nobody's done lots of this stuff before, yeah? So I can't, within Savannah, get my more senior people to train my more junior people on how to do these things, because they haven't got a fucking Scooby-Doo how to do these things themselves, yeah? And actually, a lot of our sort of grad entry folk and younger team members, they're actually natively more used to using some of these things. You know, they've started to adopt some of these things earlier. Now, that doesn't mean they can use them either, yeah? Because you've basically got lack of capability. It's like putting two people in a car that can't drive a car and telling them to, you know, get somewhere, right? We've got to really think about this, because how do we make sure that even if we've got everything in place perfectly, which I doubt anybody will have for quite a while, that we can actually drive that car? Yeah, you know, this, you've got to really think about this, because I think it's so much easier to essentially to fuck stuff up than it is to get it right. So again, just looking out there into the ether, a couple of organisations, McKinsey, Frontier Economics, and economic consultancy. What's the impact of all of this going to be though on the industry? Yeah, you get this utopia, dystopia thing coming through again. You know, it's going to get rid of all of these routine tasks, data entry, all the rest of it. We're going to lose up to, you know, 45, 30%, whatever. This whole idea that it's going to cut out 30 to 40% of jobs, right, in industries like ours, yeah? You've got, what's the impact of this, right, that's out there now on your teams currently, yeah? Because I can tell you right now, I had something this week where we've got, automation and AI solutions that have been built into our platform that we're sort of testing, and like, we've actually got people that are deliberately trying to make them not work. Right? Because, and so this was the quote, if we do that, that'll be people's jobs. Yeah? They're not wrong, right? It will be, right? Yeah? But if we don't do that, it'll be 600 odd people's jobs, because the business will go down the pan, right? So, got to think about this quite a lot, because it is actually a big challenge of this is about behavioural, understanding and how we can take people on journeys, yeah, and how we can evolve and change their roles. 5 minutes, yeah, sorry. The other side of that is that actually all of those jobs are going to get replaced by different jobs, yeah, right? So you're going to gain 30 to 40% of jobs as well. And I think this is the key, one of the key points here, right? Yeah, which is that actually this is about change. It's about a sea change in what we do and how we do it. And that presents us with a number of issues in terms of how we're able to actually get the benefit from the change that's happening. Yeah. so that we don't get killed in the name of anything. Yeah, that's quite good. That was all that one was for. And that we do give ourselves the ability to get lucky. My old boss used to say, you make your own luck. Yeah, and I think there is a lot right about that statement. Yeah, because actually, we as researchers, human beings with a background and understanding of data, yeah, get this right, we are in a very, very powerful place, but we've got to work out how to get that right because of all of those challenges that this gives us in terms of how we can get our organisations and the people in them through this change process. Because it is a massive change process. As I said, breaking the natural order of things, that is bringing loads of different ways of operating that people don't understand, and opportunities or dangers in terms of our ability to actually get these things right, yeah? Because we're driving the car and trying to change the engine at the same time. We've got a lot of things that are available now. So this is all of these businesses that are ones that Savanta is working with now, right, as part of our various different AI and automation. So I'll just talk about two. CoLoop basically synthesizes data. So for qualitative work, yeah, we can use that. If we set an analysis matrix up front, yeah, it does it in a really brilliant way. If you just leave it on its own and tell it to do it itself, my God, you could get some nonsense coming out of that, yeah? So that's an example of you've got a great tool. We think that that could probably give us at least 30% efficiencies on all qualitative projects that we run, yeah? And that is a massive benefit in terms of time, and if we can still charge the same that we charge now, it's a massive benefit in terms of margin, yeah? In a place where margins have been going down for quite a long time. I think we charge less for focus groups now than when I first started doing a focus group in about 2003. That's quite mind concentrated. Metaforms, I know there's a few businesses that use metaforms. We're using to essentially use AI. It's not automated scripting. It's like having a Microsoft Copilot solution on the side of your scripting. And again, you're looking at about 30% potential sort of savings. Getting that right is not easy. It works differently with different scripting platforms, yeah? We've got our own scripting platform and we use like all the others, and like it doesn't work as well with some of them, including ours, which is a bit annoying. But we've got to keep working that. It takes a lot of time and trial and effort, and it's very easy to get it wrong because we've had some quite interesting things in our testing where suddenly you get a questionnaire, it's been translated into Italian by accident. Yeah, that was quite amusing. So have a check out of those. Snowflake, big data, did that one already, so I will kind of carry on. But that is actually an amazing thing. If anybody doesn't know anything about Snowflake, they also run these breakfasts about once a quarter or something like that, where they'll take you through it all. They're amazing. It is actually, my layman's terms, it is the glue, yeah, that can connect all of these different data sources. You can build dashboards in it, yeah. We're already doing it, and one of the great things is lots of your clients will already have it, which makes it a lot easier to use, yeah? And it makes it a lot easier to get their data, especially if it's PII in it, yeah, into a shape that we can put it together with research data, yeah? And synthetic personas, this is something that I'm driving for Savanta, but within Next 15, which is our holding company, where we are essentially developing them. This is an area which is particularly fraught with dangers. I saw this model, somebody presented this model, and they were like, this is amazing. I look at it, it looks quite good. And then I said, I've got a slight issue with this because your model seems to tell me that I'm now living in Nazi Germany because the reform vote that you've predicted is about 5 times higher than it actually is, yeah? I don't think I am. So, while some of it is good, yeah, it don't work, yeah? You've got more to do. Why was that? Really, mind-blowing intelligence was required from me at this point to help guide them. Your sample size is nowhere near big enough. That was it, really. But it tells you that you can have loads of amazing skills. I couldn't have done what they did, yeah? But you need to put these things together, yeah? Because otherwise you can produce absolute nonsense. And my worry about this has always been that I think you could sell these things really brilliantly, right? And 18 months' time have some very angry people coming back and telling you that they now know that it didn't work and that you think you're a shyster. So you've got to get it right. That means doing it a bit slower than certainly than my bosses want me to do it. But I'm quite good at being obstinate. So I'm doing it properly, not quickly. Ultimately, no, sorry. This is the end of it. There are lots of opportunities, as the Pet Shop Boys said. And you can, if you look at the second bit of the title, you can make a lot of money if you get this right. Yeah? But you've got to really think about what this means, not just technically, but also from a how you can get the thing that is already, that's fit for purpose to actually work within your organisation. Because it does create huge issues in terms of people, and you need people to do stuff, yeah? And we all do. So I think that really is it. I think there's one more thing from Ben at the end, and I will close out, and hopefully that's not over me 5 minutes, and it was vaguely useful.
I think the point here is that without the experience, the expertise, and the humanity, it's like getting Neil Tennant to write and play the music and Chris Lowe to write the lyrics and sing, which actually may be better.
He's not that much of a fan of the Pet Shop Boys. He didn't like that one so much. But anyway, I think that is it, and I hope that was useful for everybody. And good luck.
So, Nick, you just stay there.
Can I go get a glass of water?
Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. So we're going to take questions. We have Jerome, who's at the back, who has a mic, and because we are streaming this, it does mean your questions need to be said into the microphone, because I know we can probably hear you in the room, but we need others too. So please put your hand up, and Jerome will get to you. I do have a question for you though, Nick. I've been around a while in this industry as well, and when you think about in the last 20 years, the biggest game-changing things that have happened online, mobile, to some degree, do you think that the sort of big data moving into AI is bigger than those? Is it a bigger challenge?
I think AI is the biggest change since online research came in terms of what we do and how we operate. And actually, I think it's going to be a much bigger change. I guess this is kind of part of the point in terms of what we do, because the move to online research it's more about how we did something. Yeah. So if you think about it, the process that you have to go through to get from conversation with client to end deliverable, whatever that be. Yeah. It's actually broadly the same. You just have to do some different stuff. You get interviews from a different place, but you have to. We still wrote a questionnaire, in Word usually to start with. I think it was. It might have changed. Some people do it in Excel, and having automated intakes and things like this for various different things. But in reality, you have people that run a process. Some of those people are then tasked with sort of taking meaning out of that thing and talking to clients, in a super simple way, yeah? Now, what AI as a sort of change for the industry is going to do is completely remove, or not completely, remove most of the process management stuff, yeah? So you're going to need far fewer people that do that. And I find this, one of the deep ironies of this is that if you say, why do people go into research? They think, it's all about curiosity and I want to be curious. In reality, like 70% of the people in the research industry just run process, yeah, right? And actually, what it will do is it massively heighten that actual thing around hypothesis generation, curiosity, the ability to understand commercial concepts and how businesses operate, because you need that to be able to take your client's problem and then to think about it and how do you design that research and then what does it all mean? Yeah, the way you're going to do that is different. You've got to learn how to prompts within the LLMs become a really, really key thing. It's not coding, but it's not that far off to some degree. Yeah, and your understanding of how to train the model. Yeah, this is a different set of skills. So, for example, we're already looking at, which essentially have changed what we are going to look for in our grad intakes, to look for essentially two things. One, what we would have looked for before, but two, people that are actually sort of AI savvy right from the start, but we want them people that can get research. So we need them not to have none of the other criteria, and we also going to make sure that what we've looked for before are also kind of not completely devoid of any capability on an AI side. Yeah, right. So the skill sets that we're going to need is absolutely already starting to change, and ultimately, if you're going to run a process differently like that, you are going to have far fewer than 50 people, I think, in India, right? And I think in this year we are expecting to lose probably about 40 people out of that 150. Yeah, that's not all just to do with AI. Some of it's to do with the fact that our scripting. Yeah, because we have our own platform, and we were scripting most of it in our own platform, and we've got more of a balance now. We don't need as many people because more people can program those other software programs.
Okay, thank you. Do we have one quick other question before we need to move on? Go on.
Yeah, they gave me the mic so I can ask questions, but hey. Well, first I could start by saying, you got the brains, I got the looks, and all of that.
Exactly.
But my one question is, like you're saying, you sort of want to make better decisions.
Yeah.
And let's be realistic. Are you trying to do something cheaper, faster, or better, knowing that you can't have the three?
Depends who you ask, because some people would definitely say they're trying to do better, faster, cheaper. Yeah. We're not trying to do it cheaper. We're trying to run the stuff more efficiently, because if we don't, you will be commercially we won't be profitable, basically. Yeah, because of the pressures on the whole industry. Yeah, if we can't run stuff that, if we're not engaged in that transition to run things more efficiently, right, you're not going to be able to charge what you were charging, before, and therefore you are going to kind of die, essentially. Yeah. So for us, it's actually about how can we most effectively and profitably meet that goal, which is our ultimate goal, which is to help better decision making with our clients. Yeah? That for Savanta, that's the case. Yeah, I mean, like, this is going to lead to some kind of divisions there, I think, Jerome, to be honest with you, because this is actually about the squeezed middle. And what you can see is in an organisation like Savanta that goes right the way from just sample only, sort of sample aggregation, through to higher end consultancy work, genuine consultancy work, right? We've just set up Clarity as a brand, right? Yeah, you can see that there's separations that are already starting to happen, and I think you'll see more of that.
Thank you. Please, can we thank Dr. Nick Baker once more? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it was excellent. So let's move on to our second presentation. Are we, how are we miking people?
All sorted.
Perfect. Okay,
Yeah,
right. So I think what we've heard. There's no doubt that AI is the hottest topic in market research, with the potential to do not just more for less, but to transform the industry. This talk will look at the good, the bad, and the ugly of AI's role in research analysis, answering the key questions: where it is most effective and what it actually does. Alan Hargreaves is CRO of QMind. He is research software community and technology leader with the experience of setting up startup units and departments within larger organizations. I will hand you over to Alan. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. It's really nice to see some old faces, some new faces. I'm Alan, CRO. I also head up product at QMind as well. I'm going to be looking at how we can leverage AI to maximize insight team impact. It's an area that we feel really passionate about at QMind. Real quick, who's QMind? So we're an advanced quant-qual AI-powered insight software business. We've been through a transition, which I think a lot of you will share with us, where we've gone from back in 1999, when our CEO, Mark Ursel, founded the business, market research agency, consultancy services, right through to what we are today, which is a platform first with consultancy services business. And we've embraced AI in order to do that. So before we go into topic, what I'm going to try and do today is really bring this to life. So, less about the theory and the what ifs, but let's talk about something that's actually happened in our platform with one of our clients. But before we do that, I love a good stat, so I thought let's start with some of the big challenges that we are all facing and our end clients are facing as well. So I pulled these out, probably not much of a surprise to any of us. So 61% of CEOs expecting revenue to increase in 2025. Interestingly, 37% of those intend to achieve this growth without expanding the workforce. So building on the previous presentation, the commonality there, big challenges that we face in the market research space. Another common one, of course, research budgets continue to be stretched. Insight teams are under immense pressure to do more with less, so hence today's conference. So I'm going to try my best to bring this to life and talk about something that is real in the real world. So I'm just going to set the scene with this particular case study. So as always, quick turnaround. I think a lot of us are probably fed up of hearing that and the challenges that come with it. This was an agency-side platform user who was running a multilingual 8-country survey in the luxury goods sector. They had 4 days for field and analysis, which is just crazy. It was 20 questions, including 5 open-ended. So they're trying to do an awful lot in a very small space of time. 4,000 complete interviews. And the usual outputs, a presentation, insights that are as clear as possible so that it can go up the chain and inform decision making. So what was our solution? So how did we leverage AI? We offered this suite of solutions via our self-serve platform. We started with automated scripting. In field, we offered the data quality cleaning tools. Open-ended, right at the other end, open-ended AI coding and sentiment analysis, text analysis on those 5 open-ended questions so that they would be meaningful to the research. And AI generative reporting and analysis, which we call QAI on our platform. So this is more of the chunky bit now, where we start to look at some the real-world application of this, the reality of using these tools. So I'm going to look at, I'm going to give you a quick intro to each tool to set a bit of context, and then we're going to focus on what are the upsides, what is this AI great at, but equally being really transparent, what are the watch-outs, what do we need to be careful about at this stage with things. So you'll notice there's an animation here on the far left. So this is our AI scripting tool. The way it works, 3 easy steps, word questionnaire, can be in any format, we don't give you a format, uploaded into the platform, AI scripts it for you. As simple as that, it's instant as well. So if we look at the upsides of this, in this particular case, I'm not saying every case this is the same, the survey programming was 7 times faster. So that's a huge, huge efficiency drive. It means someone is freed up to do something else. So that valuable scripting time was saved. The survey setup, when you looked at it from end to end, so once that question has been created, uploading, and then what comes next to get that survey into the right state, it was done in less than an hour. I'm taking translations out of that for transparency. What were the watch-outs, or what were the learnings in this particular process for this client? AI scripting, it doesn't do all of the scripting. It just doesn't. It's not quite there yet. Our AI did 70% of this particular script. And it can vary. It depends on the complexity of the survey. The 30% that was left over was complex routing, logic. You still need to set your quotas up. You still need a human to do the testing and other human input as well. So you need to validate what the AI is doing and be very wary of what it's doing as well. So Nick before mentioned they were testing AI and it translated it into Italian. It's a good example. If you leave it to its own devices, without adding in the human expertise, you could come out with some pretty bad outcomes. On the fieldwork side, as part of our solution was our AI data quality tools. So you just see here on the screen this animation. The way it works is set up a project, launch to your respondents. In this case, it was our panel. The AI in real time, as that data is being collected, is analysing open-ended responses. So it's doing this instantly. Respondents come through, and it's qualifying them by giving them a score. So the scoring works by 100% would mean it's 100% bad data. So there's something in that open-ended response that the AI has picked up. It looks at what the question is, looks at the context, looks at how detailed the response, how detailed you would expect it to be. And it gives this ranking, and it removes that data in real time. So again, the upside of this is you end up with high-quality open-ended responses. You have the ability to, in part, remove the human from the equation. So there's possibilities of removing human error. It's in real time, so you're not getting to the end of field, and there's a mad rush because you've just lost 50 respondents, and your client is bashing the door down saying, "Where is my field work? Why are we not finished?" You always have the option to override the data. So this goes back to, again, the human. You can't remove the human from the process, or at least not yet. And you need the human looking at it saying, is this bad data that the AI is saying actually bad data? Is there something in there that says that this is useful, I need this for my research? And that brings me to the watch outs, because we see accuracy levels in this particular space at about 80%. I mean, on this study, it was 80%. Again, being very transparent, it will vary an awful lot. The big challenges, subtle nuances, emotional context, and complex reasoning. These things can trip up the AI. The more complex you get with these open-ended questions, the risks start to increase, and it comes back again to the human input. Whilst it's saving a lot of time, I think lots of us have been here. I've been here earlier on in my career where you were looking at open-ended responses and spending an awful lot of time actually going through line by line, making sure you don't miss anything really important. I think with everything in market research, whether you go to the quality of the respondents, the source, right through to the quality, the setup of the scripting, and the outputs, the analysis, what you get out of it is only as good as what you put in. So if you're feeding the machine, or in this case the AI, with bad quality respondents, all you're going to get is a bad output at the end of the day. So I'm going to come to this a bit later, actually, with some bigger questions about how we do research, and with the advent of AI, how it is challenging the way that we do things as well. And I think opening up a thought piece of is how we currently do it the right way. So just coming to the deliverables side of things. So another animation, just to bring this to life a bit. Within the QMind platform, this client used our QAI tool, which is generative reporting and analysis. And you'll see there are various different options. You've got the ability to click and generate a summary of the data. You have the option to generate a full report, which is an editable Word, which is exportable. And of course, you've got the ability to query the data, so ask it those questions, open up lines of thought, really dig into the insights there, and feed the curiosity on the research side. So let's look at the upsides in this particular example. Our generative AI is a closed-loop data analysis. So it means that it's not looking at any personal data, of course. It's mentioned earlier. There is a lot of suspect uses going on of ChatGPT, Gemini, and the rest of them out there, where researchers innocently are uploading data that, if you look closely, you may well actually be doing something wrong there on the data protection front or contractual issues. It's a very easy thing to do. Our system's closed loop, so it helps at least in some part to mitigate some of that. The AI text analysis that we have in the platform, what it was able to do in this scenario was take what would have been a 3-day task, or you could argue it could have been longer, slightly shorter, and reduce it down into under an hour. So looking at those text responses, making sense of them. In this case, what it did was it picked out key themes. It gave directional understanding to the researchers so they could understand overall, is it positive, neutral, negative, and then within that, what categories, what key themes were coming out of the research. The generative AI, which you can see on the screen, in this case, made an 80% reduction in the number of required data tables for this particular client. So if you look at, say, the more the non-AI approach, many of us have been there. You're generating endless tables, you're diving into the data, you find interesting lines of query, and you dive even further. It takes a lot of time. It takes various different people who are very specialized. So in this case, the AI was leveraged to reduce the need for that by 80%. And again, it comes back to operational efficiency, time, which drives these cost benefits. It helps with margin. It also enables the client to achieve really tight deadlines. And we can all see it in all the projects that come across our tables. The time given to do them is constantly reducing. It's just a constant non-stop drive down in the industry to do things quicker. What it also does, though, when you think about this 80% reduction in the number of tables and leveraging generative AI, it's also it's a great benefit because it's taking you direct to the insight as well. So you're not digging through tables to find that as much anymore. The AI is opening up very interesting lines of questioning that the researcher would naturally look at and say, okay, that's interesting, I'm going to ask a few more questions there using the querying. I've sort of touched on this already, but the upside is direct and simplified access to always-on insights. So in some circumstances, some users may say, I don't need any DP. I'm going to lead by the generative AI because I just don't have the time. And what that is doing is opening up this more direct and simplified access. It's giving the insight in a way that does inform decision more easily. Watch outs, common theme now, accuracy. So in this case, it varied across the 5 open ends and across the line of closed questioning as well, of course, 70 to 80%. This varies wildly, we've seen across the board. And it's something that it takes us back again to the human input, human knowledge, the value add. And I think this is what, for me, I think for QMind, what we recognised is whilst the AI drives efficiencies, it does all this great stuff to the bottom line, it speeds things up. It's also adding an awful lot of value to the role of the researcher in the process. It's freeing up time for them to really focus in on where they add the value. And I mean, to be quite frank, it's probably making their jobs an awful lot more interesting as well, which I think is a great thing. So just coming to this slide, summarising some of the key takeouts, common themes with AI in general. I mean, really interestingly touched on just before me. AI, it can automate repetitive tasks. I think that's quite obvious to all of us, which leads to insight teams saving time, resources, money, sort of looking at the bottom line, looking at margins. It can deliver as much as 50% overall time saving on average. That's just our lived experience on the QMind platform. AI can analyse vast amounts of data, so looking at big data, it can, and again, I think the industry is really clued up on this already. And it provides that valuable and accessible insights to support quicker, informed decisions with the added benefit of, in some instances, reducing human error as well. I think one of the biggest ones here is human expertise. At least for now, it's not going anywhere. I mean, I think that's evident in our experience. It is so crucial that the human is involved in this process, because that is what maximizes the benefits of AI. So we're running a research project in total isolation. You know, one day we'll get there. The AI will probably do the whole lot, and you'll just sit back and watch it. That won't be enough. It will just simply not be enough. You need the human. You need the industry knowledge. You need the soft knowledge, that indirect knowledge that the human brings to the mix. So when you look at the generative AI, there's a reason why we produce an editable Word document, because you just need the human. You take what it produces and you make it better. You add the value as well. Just conscious of time, so I'm going to finish on this one. Whilst I was going through this process, and as a business, our wider team, there's constant questions that are put forward to us from clients, from our own researchers, just being out at these events, at industry events. And one that I think is emerging is the way that we conduct research fit for purpose still. So when you look at the context of AI, I mean, why do I particularly say this is AI is blurring the lines between research project milestones. I really believe it is. And if you look at my graph here, you'll see research design survey scripting. I mean, right now, there are many businesses out there, including ourselves, who are working on how we incorporate AI at the research design stage. So going right through from anything such as setting your research objectives or getting advice as to what those objectives might look like for a big challenge. And then boiling that down into, well, what questions am I going to ask in my survey design? And then linking it directly into the survey scripting journey rather than having it in two separate milestones. I think AI is starting to blur the lines in these spaces and reducing the amount of steps and driving these efficiencies that I've spoken about. A few other things that I think are quite interesting lines of thought is the way that we set up research projects, getting the best out of AI. So yeah, I think there's definitely an awful lot of growing thought about how we conduct research, and then is it getting the most? So is the design, the approach, a few things that I've had lots of recent debates on is, a bit drastic, but is it the death of the survey? There's people out there saying that already. I don't think it is for a while, but do we need a survey with 20 questions anymore? Why can't it be a more conversational, WhatsApp style approach? The last thought here is, do insight inputs need a rethink? So, there was and there is still good use of video, bringing insights to life, making it more accessible to that C-suite, to management. But I think often it's been bogged down by just simply the time it takes to put these videos together and the expertise in the middle to make it look attractive and tick all the boxes. Why can't AI do that and help more of us actually create these video approaches to delivering insights so it is even more accessible and it's done in lightning speed rather than the perhaps hours or days that it takes at the moment. Thank you everyone for listening to me. I hope you found that useful, and I look forward to talking to you all today.
Thank you very much, Alan. I have a question just before it goes to the floor. And I'll pick up on the human bit, and I've been around a long time. And the researcher now, when they're not as close to the process, then they're not checking the questionnaire, checking the script, checking the tables, reading the verbatims. Is there a risk that we dilute the ability of the researcher to present the data passionately and to find the real insights that solve the client's business challenge?
Yes, I think there's a risk. I think what we need to focus on in that particular area is who's the end client and what are they looking to get out of it? And then how do we bring that to life? And and how do we use the AI within a research space, within those insights teams? And as long as at some point in the chain, there are those checks and balances and the human input, and it is so crucial, I think. And I think that's going to be the job of management, of at different levels in the team, to make sure that these things happen so we don't dilute and we don't end up with what Nick really nicely was saying was just samey stuff and ultimately useless stuff potentially to clients.
Yes.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Sort of a minor question, but of interest to us. You talk about accuracy of the open-ended coding, I think it was. And we get asked about this about our software. It's like, well, how do you assess the accuracy of something? Particularly with open-ended coding, accuracy of that's always been a touchy subject. It's like accuracy compared to what? A trained coder, an untrained coder. I'm just interested because it is something in terms of validation of the AI that clients are always looking for. And I had this yesterday. How accurate is it? And it's like, I don't know. How do you assess that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, I think, I mean, in our experience, we look at, say, the human coder, the experienced coder, and we've run lots of we do parallel runs. We've done our A/B testing, and, you know, we've worked out an average, but I think you're very right. I think it's quite subjective, really. For us, it's an A/B test versus the human equivalent, expert. But, I mean, the bigger questions when, you know, certainly from a client perspective, asking what does accurate mean is for the clients to be educated and asking the right questions so they understand what is the baseline being used. So there isn't people out there claiming accuracy levels that are just wrong, and you get to the end of the project and it just really doesn't work out well.
Following on from that, in terms of your categorical data, your closed, your categorical questions, how are you quantifying the accuracy of that? So, because I think the problem would be if you were producing with AI the equivalent of a table, for instance, you might have 70 to 80% accuracy, but it's going to be random as to when it's accurate. So how are you validating the accuracy in that?
Yeah, good question. I mean, from that perspective, we've done a lot of our own internal A/B testing again, looking at what would the human have done and what output would they have created versus what our AI is achieving and what outputs it's creating. And again, it is quite subjective. And I think there's a lot of levels to what you can say is accurate and not. I think the main thing to remember here is the human needs to be in all of this, and there is a human making decisions in this process. And we must not remove the human for all of these reasons. So the validation of the data is happening. The knowledge and expertise is going into the mix, and it is validating this. Because, you know, we could say 70, 80% accuracy, but I think it's going to ultimately be down to the researcher to say, hey, look, I don't think that is the case, and I'm going to layer in the bit that's missing.
Yeah, one more.
Just following on in terms of quality, and in your talk you mentioned about quick turnarounds and maybe the chance for here's a quick thematic pull-out, here's some quick insights within a tight window. Is there a possibility that as the researcher you find plausible insights in a quick window that seem plausible to the client, but then maybe a year down the line they find they've diverged from the actual truth on the ground, and you thereby, there's a risk maybe of risking your credibility and trust in that long-term relationship rather than a quick turnaround?
Yes, I think, I mean, what we've seen with these quick turnarounds leveraging AI, so this example from today, is it's often the beginning of a bigger journey. So, you know, they're in a rush to get to the board to deliver something. The board needs some pretty quick, informed decisions. But then you return to the data and it's been mined and further avenues are for. I mean, one question I would sort of fire back at you on that, though, is a human could quite easily do the same error. So you're also looking at a trade-off, you know, do you want the speed and the agility, but being very careful about the human input there? Or do you want the equivalent of the human doing it on the off chance that perhaps it will be a lot more accurate, but it will take a lot more time as well? So hopefully that kind of answers what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we've got time for one final quick question.
Yeah, a question about the 80% reduction of tables. Does that mean that you feed your tool the raw respondent level data and have that aggregate as opposed to feeding it tables? I guess what I'm getting at is my expectation would be for it to look at more tables if the data is pre-aggregated as opposed to fewer.
So we have a mixture. It's looking at the raw data, but it's also looking at tables that are being generated automatically in the back. So it's combining the two to come up with these outputs.
Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Some great questions there. Thank you, Alan, once again for presenting. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we're moving to our final presentation before our first coffee break, and we're going to take a peer into the world of virtual stores. This presentation will be by Charlotte Kittle, who's the Chief Research and Partnership Officer of Virtual Store Trials. Charlotte is an insights and shop expert with over 20 years in market research. At VST, Charlotte leads the shelf testing research proposition driving success for the world's largest brands by helping them win with shoppers. I had the pleasure of working with Charlotte at Brain Juicer some years ago. Her presentation, she will showcase how 2D, 2.5D and 3D technologies are transforming shopper research and bringing dramatic improvements to speed and accuracy. Thank you, Charlotte.
That's right, thank you. All right, hi everyone. So you've had my intro to who I am. Yeah, Virtual Store Trials, or VST, is kind of a Ron Seal type name. So we work a lot with building shelves, fixtures, so it might feel quite niche as a topic, but hopefully some of the things we're going to talk about will resonate more widely. I'm going to talk a little bit about why we do what we do, and then I'm going to give you a bit of a potted history of how we've got to where we've got to, how it works, and then some thoughts about the future. So just to start with, it's a bit of audience participation. Can anyone tell me where we are on this map? Germany, yes. Very near Stuttgart, exactly. And there's, a place called Haslock, if I said it correctly. Does anyone know why Haslock is important? Because it's near a border. No, it's important because it was the most representative part of city within Germany for a certain period of time. So brands used to send their new products to the retailers there to test them out, to see whether they would be successful, to make the arguments to retailers, to then roll them out to the rest of Germany. I believe that in this country, anyone take a guess of what sort of city or town this country's representative would be?
Often tested in Holland because it's far away from everything.
I think it was Didcot for a while as well. Yeah, so like it's sort of a little bit more in the Midlands, less around the edges of the country. So in-store testing has been around for a really long time. It's great in the sense that you get your products in the hands of real customers, but it has some downsides. Testing in-store can be really slow. It can take sort of up to 6 months to make an agreement to even get it into store, get it in there, and actually then enough time for enough people to have bought it to look at the actual results. It's expensive in the sense that you have to make the product, get it out there, have the agreements with retailers to do that work, and arguably not robust. It is pretty robust. Like, you've got real people buying it. You've got like that understanding of what they're doing. But I guess as an antidote to this, that's where online shelf testing or fixture testing came from. And to say we wanted it to be faster, less expensive, and more robust. But the reality is that testing with virtual reality can also be pretty slow, pretty expensive, and it's not always robust. Like, you might be talking to, say, 100, 200 people to get an answer on whether something is going to be successful or not. But it's important because we know those big stats around like 95% of new products don't really survive a year, that kind of stuff. Also, we want to try and avoid these kinds of products, which you may have seen. I believe this is maybe from quite a long time ago, but the Clairol Touch of yogurt shampoo, which was recalled because people did what with it? They ate it. Yep. It's more of a question on humanity than anything else. The Cosmopolitan yogurt, which I was talking to Katie about this, I thought this would do better as a person that grew up in the 90s. Cosmopolitan was a big publication at that point, but no, the yogurt bombed, wasn't working. And then the infamous Colgate beef lasagna, which I did check whether Colgate was a brand in other markets that could sort of diversify out into food like this, but no, it is very much an oral health brand. So that's why we kind of created VST. We wanted to be able to test these kind of products before they get into store, and we wanted it to be an antidote to this kind of slow, expensive, and not robust, and want it to be much faster, more accessible in terms of price, I guess, but also accessible in terms of who can take part in the research. When, you know, obviously if you're in an in-store, it's just those people that visit that store. We wanted it to be much more representative, and we also wanted it to be robust. So we wanted to make sure that anything that we do, we talk to lots and lots of people about it. And that's, you know, important, notwithstanding those products that were launched, but also because still, you know, almost 3/4 of shoppers make their decisions at shelf, category dependent. But it does, you know, shopper research is quite often not forgotten about, but it's seen as a separate thing to consumer research, when actually really these people are often exactly the same people, and they are making their decisions at shelf. So those shelves need to look great. So I hope you can agree that one does look pretty good, and we needed to make sure they looked good. But back in 2017, which I think is yesterday, but it's almost 10 years ago, our shelves did not look good. So I'm going to show you what they look like and the kind of the technology that we put in place to make them look better, nor were they easy to build. So we started out, bear in mind this was before I joined the company, so I can take no credit for the fact that we used photos. But back in 2017, our first fixture visuals were photos. You could argue they're realistic. They are very accurate, but they're not necessarily representative of the most common fixture that people might see. They are just a photo from a Sainsbury's. You don't actually know if they are truly robust in that sense. And if you have a bigger shelf, you can kind of see here, this is stitched together at the edges. So they don't look as good as they could do. It massively also relied on humans going in, taking those photos and editing them as we went along. Sometimes we had clients supplying their own visuals, which arguably also did look better. But you can see here we have no prices on these. We've got sort of very uninteractive shelf as well. That's one of the other things that we wanted to make sure that you had within research, was a much more interactive shelf. And sometimes when they were supplied by clients, they also looked bad. And so again, if you go back to that point about how can you make the research robust and usable, actually like putting this in front of respondents isn't a great respondent experience. It's not really going to give you great answers. It's that old one of you put bad things in, you get bad things out. So in 2018, we began using Photoshop to create them from scratch. Much more flexible, you know, looks a little bit better, but it does lack an awful lot of realism. And again, respondent experience, it was a very flat image when it actually went into survey as well. We got better at it, because we're humans, we get better at Photoshop. You can get, you know, start to look better. But again, all those same problems still existed. And in reality, this was our CTO building them. These are his words. It became unmanageable. He didn't want to be building shelves. He wanted to be doing way more interesting things with data. He wanted to be building other parts of our business. So, as he says, if you give him the shit task long enough, he will find a solution to it. So we try and give him the bad things quite a lot, because then he will find a solution and make things better. So we moved away from Photoshop, and actually he developed a piece of software where the input is an Excel. We'll be moving away from Excel soon, I believe, and that can go into SVG. So all of the information in that Excel is the information like a unique ID, which is great because if you're taking a unique ID through your whole system, then you know there's accuracy in your data. You have a good name associated, you have an accurate price, and here are dimensions. And then all of the images on this would have been like manually found. I'll come on to how we find them now in a minute. But that actually produced as a much better looking shelf. And if you can imagine, it's really nice. What you do is you just pull your Excel in and it builds out your shelf. like within 2 seconds, which is wonderful. So this was much faster to build, but our our dimensions were a bit of a challenge at this point, so we had to sort of assume a lot of our dimensions. And it was still just on his machine. So we put it on the internet, mainly so that we could use it in the client-facing team, get it off Josh's plate and onto our plate, which is great. It's a really easy tool for us to use. And what we could do once we had it is develop a load of incremental features. So one of the things which we talk about a lot, which probably no one else really thinks about, is accuracy of dimensions of products. So what we were able to do at this point was to actually ingest these things called PSA files, which are supply chain files, which have got dimensions of products, essentially. So we were able to start ingesting those, which is a shortcut to dimensions, which is great. We don't have to assume dimensions. We know they're accurate. And we're using like direct from retailer data or direct from brand data, so we know that what we're doing is correct. We were able to develop a load of different types of shelf edge labels. So you can see here, I think this one's got a promotion on it, for example. We had more currencies, more backgrounds, so we were able to actually do a lot more with the tool. We then actually won a really big agency client win, who themselves were creating their shelves with Photoshop, and they needed a big reduction in time, which the tool was allowed them to do. And with that, we developed a load more stuff in there around drag and drop, so you can build your shelves more effectively. We put in a lot more API integrations to retailer websites for image downloads, and also to other product indexes. More backgrounds, more currencies, and this idea of 2.5D, so the stack back of products on here. So since 2017, it's come a long way from photos all the way through to that. And if we go back to the kind of doing more with less theme, we're doing so much more. We've created a much better looking, a much easier to work with tool that takes a day from the input to the output. Whereas before, if you're making that in Photoshop, I don't know, I'm no Photoshop user, but it will probably take you a lot longer. And we know it is way more accurate. The other thing that's really great about it is that because we ingest those PSA files from retailers, we know that they're their most common plans as well. So this is where we call it Fixture Visualizer, but it sits at the center of all our workflows now. We get retail data feeds in direct from retailers. We get PSA files direct from brands. We sadly still get Excels and CSVs direct from brands, and sometimes photos, if I'm being fully honest. But we pretend that doesn't happen. And product indexes as well. So where our clients may have product indexes, we can link into their APIs to pull in from those. And we use those, well, my team uses those for research and shelf tests, but a lot of brands use them to output images and outputting it back into Excel or back into PSA files so that a client can then take it back to Tesco and say, we've built it out, it looks like this, we've tested it, this is, you Tesco, go and put that into your supply chain data now. So it does, it looks good, but does it actually predict behavior? Is it any good at actually doing the job that we want it to do? I just thought I'd give you a quick example of where we validated the results. So this is a US test for digestive health. So you can see that in the US, there's something like, if you compare that to how much digestive health products we have in our country, it's an awful lot more over in the US. That was the shelf that we tested. We had a load of EPOS data direct from the retailer. So we were able to do EPOS and results and our results comparison. So we looked at the value share for both of those two outputs, if you like. And you don't need to look at all of the detail here, but essentially we saw kind of on average the percentage point difference, about 1.6 on value share for brand, and by subcat 1.1. We're pretty happy with that, and the retailer themselves was also pretty happy with that, and we continue to have an ongoing relationship with this retailer in terms of testing their fixtures. Joe Lycett here, talking about luxury yogurt. Last year I spent a lot of time thinking about yogurt and the way that you segment yogurts, which was actually way more interesting than you think it's going to be. So yogurt is actually growing. I would have thought that yogurt is in most fridges, but actually it's a big growth driver for a lot of the retailers at the moment. And so they've actually redefined it based upon health, which is really interesting, I think, because health is such a big thing for all of the retailers and all the brands. But they're redefining what yogurt looks like. So you see more protein, you see more kefir, you see more Greek and natural yogurt on there. And interestingly, you actually see more luxury yogurt as well, because yogurt is now your healthy dessert, but you maybe don't want the healthiest. So you have more luxury yogurts on there. Joe Lycett here didn't know that that was a thing. But it is, it's great. The work that we did actually had a load of the recommendations implemented by Tesco in their major range review most recently. So that was a great success of it. And if anyone have dogs here? Not as many, like half the population have a dog. What are you all doing? Anyway, since you don't have dogs, this is a new category segmentation which was also implemented in Tesco, which we're awaiting results of how well that's done, but they changed it based on how people are interacting with their dogs. So as people without dogs, do you have children? Most people treat their dogs like a member of the family, right? And that has really, so that's a growing trend. And so pet food, within here you can see it's not just about treats anymore, but it's about how do you occupy your dog, because you're trying to work and they're asking you to go for a walk. You give them a treat. You give them a reward treat. So it's starting to reflect the type of things that you do with your dog a lot more. So that was a really nice one that I enjoyed working on as an owner of a dog. There we go. Okay, so can we go further with less? Let's do myself a time check. Cool. There's three things that, well, there's more than three things that we think about a lot, but these are three examples of some of the things that we're thinking about. This is a play around with 3D environments. So our environments at the moment are 2.5D. So it's a 2D sort of entry into the online environment. But this here is an example of a 3D environment. So you can move around this fixture, but the fixture itself doesn't look great. You can see this is like a first. This is our CTO saying, here you go, what do you think? Should it be better? And we all go, yeah, it should absolutely be better. This is not something we can put in front of respondents yet. But actually, I'm not convinced that we're going to spend a huge amount of time on it right now. It might be something we come back to in a year's time. Because if we go back to that thinking of fast, accessible, and robust, we know that we're robust already. And we know that we're accessible in terms of people coming and being able to do the research. And we know that we're fast in building it. Now, we can build these pretty fast, but is it accessible to all our respondents? Probably not, because it's going to have to download a lot slower. We won't be able to do it on as many devices and that kind of stuff. So it's probably not the biggest priority for us at the moment. Generative AI probably will be in terms of shelf building. So again, I feel like I talk about such niche things. This is very annoying to us when we're building fixtures. And quite often you have these side images. And then we spend a lot of time, if we have those side images, a human searching for a better image, or in Photoshop, turning it round. We think that probably within the next 6 months, we'll probably be able to use Gen AI to recreate this. You can see right now, it does a pretty good job. It's not exactly right. I don't think Kellogg's would be happy if we were to put that picture on our fixture. But we think that in the future, we'll be able to actually just prompt that through on any of those side images. So like an energy drink fixture, they are awful for it. It's all side images, for example. So we think that will be very promising for us, making it faster and cheaper for us to build the fixtures again. Where we see probably the most potential is around retailer data. So we have a direct feed of retailer data, so planogram data from Tesco already that comes into our data lake. And we're looking to set that up from as many of these retailers as we possibly can. What that will unlock, we believe, is faster setup, because we'll be able to just access retailer planogram data very, very quickly. Accuracy of insight, because we know it is the most common plan. We know that it is the correct dimensions. We know it's the most up-to-date information coming from those retailers. And in reality, on the kind of customer-facing side of it, it's better work, because the retailer, it's almost like a lovely closed loop. It comes directly out of the retailer, we test it, goes back to the brand, goes back to the retailer, and it's closed loop back. So that's where we see the biggest potential for kind of the shelf testing to be maybe not faster or more accessible, but it will be a more robust and a better application of the work. I always talk really fast in these things, so thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Charlotte. How did the dogs reach the top shelves?
You get an Alsatian and then you finish with a Jack Russell.
I do have a question. I love shopper research. I haven't really involved in it for a long time, so it's been interesting to see how it's been changing. And I think I love it because, as a kind of research technologist, there's always a lot of potential to use tech. What happened to the idea of maybe using AR? Because it seemed like in that way you could create the shelves virtually, but you could be in the real life environment.
I think people have looked into AR for it. I think it goes back to that, making sure that who you're talking to is representative, right? So how do you make sure that everybody that is in your category could access a survey that's in AR? Because if they've only got a mobile device or they don't have enough data, something like that, I think that's quite a heavy way to do the research. I think we would, I can see why and how it would be a really good application of AR, but whether that works better for, I think, walking retailers through it or selling it in than it does maybe for the research itself.
Okay, Jerome.
Yeah, I'm interested. I know it's more realistic, and then you get better data. But what are you measuring exactly? Do you do conjoint, and you look at price sensitivity or something like that? Or, so what are you measuring? How do you know if it's a success or
Yeah, I didn't cover that at all, did I? So the way it works is that we recruit category shoppers in to a survey. So in that sense, it's a very typical piece of market research. You recruit your respondents, and then you put them in front of a shelf. And that shelf is quite interactive. You can scroll side to side, up and down. You can zoom in and out. And you can pick up products and put them back. So what we're measuring is, once someone's picked a product up, do they put it in their basket? And then they check out. So at a aggregated level, so we maybe have 500 to 1,000 people shopping every fixture that we test. We look at total category spend and units, because and we compare that to our test scenario. So that might be your current set. If we go for yogurt, that's your current yogurt as it is in store right now versus your new category segmentation. You say, right, the total category has grown by 5%. What's driving that? What's driving that growth? So you can then break it down by the different categories and say, actually, we gave more space to Greek and natural. That's grown by 10%. That's the biggest driver of growth for the whole category. So you can start to identify what parts of the shelf are driving growth or decline, for that matter. So if you take all of your space away from something and the sales fall out at the bottom of that, that's causing your decline. So you're essentially answering that question of does my merchandising improve the category spend or units?
So people have budget, or because I imagine whatever the sector, the placement on the top shelf, bottom shelf, it's going to work roughly the same way. Yeah. So are you testing the packaging?
We test some packaging, but the majority of what we test is where things sit and how much space they have. And if I go back to that yogurt one, what we tested was increased space to Greek and natural, to kefir, to protein. So we increase space, and then you take space away from Muller corners, something else, whatever. So you're not testing packaging. You're just you're testing space, and you're also testing whether you can test things, new products within that. So by just simply allocating more space to a category, does that increase spend? Or do you have to increase space through ranging, for example? Yeah, so it covers all of that. We do pricing as well. Not as much in recent years because pricing has been just so volatile anyway. You can't really get ahead of that as a question. But you can use it to look at varying prices and almost like in that Van Westendorp way, like at what point does it get so cheap people stop buying it or so expensive that people stop buying it? But you have to be very specific in changing just one product's price or one range's price to answer a question like that.
Thank you.
Hi there. Just an observation, really. I just love the story that you've kind of gone through, where the need of your business has driven that innovation, and you've gone through these small incremental processes and looking at the problem holistically. Like, we want to get a better output, so how can we get a better output? And then you go back down the chain as much as you can, like looking at the files coming in or the data coming in and questioning, can we do this better? And I suppose it's not a question, it's just an observation that I think it's a wicked way that you've done this, and it must be really working for you because you've built it in such an agile way. So.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of the credit probably goes to Josh, who's not here. Maybe he's watching. He'll be happy, I thank him. So he's our CTO, and I think that's how he works, is that like if it's not working for us and we say it enough times that it's not working for us, then they're a very solution-based engineering team, which is a really nice way to work. And I think we've got, interestingly, to a point recently where our technical debt has really, really reduced, so we're able to really, really push on with those things as well. And that's really empowering to us as a client-facing team, because a lot of our clients use Fixture Visualizer as well. Like, it's in the hands of our clients. They're making fixtures and then testing them in shelf tests. So they're using all of those developments too. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, so Gare, and then we'll finish with Neil.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Sorry. Very interesting stuff. I was just curious, when you run a questionnaire and you're presenting this to people, are you doing showing different versions, like if you have 1,000 people or whatever, or is it A/B testing, or 100 of them seeing the dog food according to treats and things, and another 100 are seeing just how does that work?
It's A/B testing, so it's always a different one in front of each person, and so the differences between them aren't tiny increments, really. They are usually quite substantial changes, because that's what is being kind of sold into the retailers. Yeah, so A/B testing.
Thanks. I was just going to say, I mean, again, I really love the sort of journey that you've been on and looking at it. And clearly there's sort of huge efficiency improvements that it's sort of made along the way. But I was kind of also curious, clearly the experience for respondents has improved with it. It looks better.
Yeah.
Do you feel that that's also translated into better quality of data on the other side? Is that something that you can see as you've gone through those changes?
It's a really good question. We have validated it at certain points through the years. I mean, just gut feel, yes, I think it is more accurate. But also we have, as a result, we have much better relationships with the retailers, so we can do more validation now. Whereas before it would have been quite a stretch to ask for that data from Tesco or from Kroger or from whoever. So yeah, my gut feel is it is better, but I know that we validated it in the past and it has been pretty accurate as well. Yeah. Great.
Well, Charlotte, thank you for showing us your world.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to our first refreshment break of the day. We will take 30 minutes for you to grab teas and coffees. I still see that it looks like there's some breakfasty things out there if you're hungry or came in late. And obviously a chance to ask any of the speakers further questions or just catch up and chat. So come back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
just like letting people know that the conference was going to start again. I was just flagging that, like, actually you can't hear it.
Oh, no, sorry, I tried to shout. They haven't heard me, so I then sent Tim and Pete.
Okay.
No, I was shouting for a bit, and then...
Yeah, that's fine.
When we get to the Zappy thing, there's 4 of us, so we probably just use the microphone.
Okay.
Because I think wiring all 4 of us will...
So all 4 of you are going to be talking at some point now?
Yeah, we're basically just doing 5 minutes each, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can put that one. The tricky bit will be when questions, because we're going to need 1 microphone.
Okay, well...
We'll have to just
maybe
keep...
we can just pass around
yeah.
the wireless...
but yeah, I mean, if 2 get mic'd up and then the other 2 have their hand mics. And then at the questions, we just have to go... Okay, everyone come and sit down.
So you could essentially be the human element that molds it into something. So they support Portsmouth. That's what it can't be, wouldn't it? Support Portsmouth.
Okay, so I think we're just about ready to head into our second session, the session before lunch. This session gets a little bit more technical, so if you're a techie, come to the front. Come down the front. There'll be something for you here. Right, so we're very lucky to have 3 presentations before lunch. First presentation will be from Ger Freysen, Senior Director at Ipsos and previously the co-founder of Data Smoothie that was acquired by Ipsos in 2024. Ger will tell us how benefits can be realized through using Python instead of some of our traditional market research data tools. So vibe coding and data processing with Python for fun and profit. Over to you, Ger.
I think I've turned it on, yeah? Okay, cool. And I imagine this one will just work. No?
Sorry. You do the technical presentations.
No worries.
We're away.
And is this hooked up? Sorry. Okay. We'll see soon enough. So when I put this presentation together, and hello everyone, thanks for having me. So when I put this presentation together, I didn't realize that this was Eurovision week. So I'm a huge Eurovision fan. If I would have known, I would have done like a Eurovision theme for the talk. But I didn't realize when I was putting this together, this was a fact. So the theme is a little bit more narcissistic. It's basically AI-generated pictures of myself wearing this shirt. And I asked the AI to do like I don't know, there was a trend, Ghibli, like Japanese cartoon videos. The author, the Japanese guy, he apparently hates AI, so, but you know, that's the way it goes, I guess. But anyway, this is a Ghibli picture of me, vibe coding in the office. I don't know how OpenAI decided that the office would be empty. But this is kind of sometimes what it looks like. People are working from home. So I'm going to talk about, there's a new kind of annoying buzzword that surfaced recently, which is vibe coding. Please raise your hand if you have heard of the term vibe coding. That's not too bad. Okay, thank you. So when I put this in the presentation, it was probably a month ago when I sent in the title. It was only like a very recent term. Okay, so what is vibe coding? This is a picture of Rick Rubin, music producer extraordinaire. And there was a quote from him on Twitter, and we, of course, believe everything we see on Twitter. It's the new source of news. There was a quote from him about vibe coding, which is obviously fake, but vibe coding is like I like that picture of him because it's like, I don't know how much code you guys have written in your career, but it's like, oh, I'm creating a for loop and I'm going to do this dictionary and I'm crafting it and oh, this doesn't work. And you sit there and it's like, I like it, it's fun, but it's like meticulous work. Whereas with vibe coding, and the annoying phrase vibe coding was coined by like an AI luminary, like ex-OpenAI guy. And vibe coding is when you just close your eyes, put on your headphones, listen to some music produced by Rick Rubin. It can be Slayer. He produced Slayer. He produced Beastie Boys and Johnny Cash. And I think at least one of the albums that was featured earlier. Anyway, you listen to the music and just tell the AI like what you want to code. And it just spits it out. And then you just paste it in and you hit run and see what happens. And if you get a bug, just paste in the bug, try again, boom. Anyway, I'll talk about that a little bit later. But first things first. So I've been working in market research for about 8 or 9 years. I still see myself as a guest/imposter. I was a techie. I had a business where we would just solve tech problems for people, and somehow I got sucked into this industry, and here I am. In Icelandic, we have this, I'm from Iceland, and in Icelandic we have this term which is glögt gests augað, which is the guest has a sharp eye for things. And I still kind of see myself as an intruder, so I'm just going to say like how I see these things as a guest in your industry. So when I watch Emily in Paris on Netflix, I sit back and relax. I was actually going to buy brown trousers for this talk, and I should have made it wear Adidas shoes, but there we go. When I sit back and relax and I watch Emily in Paris, Netflix knows about it, obviously. And Netflix will then recommend to me to watch Selling Sunset, another excellent show. And this happens so fast. Like I click on Emily in Paris, and there are data pipelines, and there are bits streaming across the world, and Netflix knows almost immediately to recommend something else to me. If I put my flat onto Airbnb, the same thing happens. There's like an estimate of how much more money they're going to make that streams across the internet, and some executive gets a Tableau update very, very quickly, like super fast. Does this remind you of an industry that you know? No, it doesn't. So the problem with today's like tech stack in market research is like when I answer a survey, like how quickly does that, I mean, obviously some people are doing it faster than others, it's different. Quantum, have you ever heard of quantum? I was going to do a survey. I've heard of quantum. I've never actually seen it in the wild. So to me, it's almost like an urban myth. And there are people in Ipsos who are in some closets who like, you don't show it to clients, who are sitting there working on quantum, right? But apparently it's great. And firing up Dimension Survey Reporter, I have done that. And that feels a bit like, you know, when Marty McFly steps into that car and he dials in the year he wants to go to, and he goes back to the future. That's how I feel when I fire up Survey Reporter. I'm like, this is how people used to do it, but they're still doing it. And I don't want to knock Dimensions. Dimensions is actually, or Unicom, it's a great piece of software for doing surveys. I don't underestimate it. It's like it is pretty good, but the tool stack isn't great. So challenges with older technologies. Part 1, files. Everything is file based. It's very niche, so like it's only used in our industry. It can take hours to run a script, and when you open up Survey Reporter, there's no dark theme. Oh my God. There was supposed to be an emoji of like someone crying here, but it didn't come through. Anyway, there's no dark theme. And that's like, I don't even use dark theme, but when you can't have it, you kind of want it, right? And also like,
is there a plugin for Survey Reporter? Is there like, can you chat with it in a sidebar? No, you can't. It's antiquated. It's also painful to work with outside like sources of data. You have your survey data. How are you going to stream in data from Nielsen Net Ratings or stream in data from your Salesforce? It's a pain. APIs, like, and by the way, because I'm a guest in this industry, even though regardless of the 8 or 9 years, please call out any bullshit you see, because there will be. I don't know everything about this industry. I'm just rambling on, right? So you can't really script very easily like the data processing. Obviously, there are dimension scripts and things like that, but you don't have like an API for data processing. There's not a lot of like, you don't get like huge change logs in Survey Reporter. Like, ooh, I wonder what's coming up next. Obviously, it is being like developed, but because, and I can't blame them. It's like the whole world is using other tools, but we're using this tool, so it doesn't move as fast. And it's Windows only, which makes me cry. It scales poorly with large volumes of data. These scripts can run for like hours and even days. Okay, now we're on to the kind of slightly more positive part. So the name of the talk is why you should be switching to Python no later than now. Python is a programming language, which I guess most of you know. So this is like from a Stack Overflow survey of what the most popular technologies are being used by data scientists. And this was like 2022, so it'll have changed a lot since then, and Python will only have grown because of the whole AI malarkey. But basically, one reason to use Python is that everybody else is using Python. So, that story I told about Netflix or Airbnb, those data pipelines will have Python in them. And like, everybody uses Python. And that means, I don't know if you know about Stack Overflow. It's a website that is about to go bust. It's basically where you went to ask questions about your coding. It's like, how do I do this? And some nice person, or usually a snarky person, would answer and say, like, these are the lines of code. And that's basically how you did everything. Like, you just looked at Stack Overflow, but now you go to AI and ask the question there. But I went onto Stack Overflow and I was trying to find like questions about like scripting dimensions. And there's not a lot of on Stack Overflow about scripting dimensions. Can ChatGPT write in dimensions? So, okay, like dimension scripts are visual basic scripts, so ChatGPT is going to be able to do something with it. But even like dimension scripts are like, there's not a lot out there. Even with programming languages that are popular, Rust, Go, these sexy programming languages, people are reporting that AI isn't quite as good as writing in those languages as it is in writing Python and JavaScript, because that's what everybody uses, and there's just so much code to train the AI in to use those particular programming languages. So that's the first reason to use Python. Part 2. Running the actual scripts can be 10 or even 100 times faster. We've seen scripts that like take 6 hours take 5 minutes, and I'm not kidding. And one of the reasons is because you can address your own specific bottlenecks. If you have a techie who's written the code, you can optimize yourself where your bottlenecks are. You can spread it across different processors, different machines. It's easier to do it in the cloud. It basically can be, doesn't always have to be out of the box, but it can be way faster. And part 3, you get all sorts of good stuff, like the industry currently, like, it's strange how many people are writing dimension scripts and they don't use things like GitHub or Git. I don't know how many of you have heard of GitHub, but it's basically, it's like, it's where you keep your code, and it has a very good audit trail of who has done what. And that means you have auditability, you have repeatability. You can say, this script worked 6 months ago, but now it's like all screwed up, you can actually just go back in time in your DeLorean and look at what the script looked like 6 months ago, right? You can have quality control. Like in software, you're always doing like automated tests. These big, like for example, when I watch Emily in Paris, it goes through some pipeline, and Netflix will have like automatic tests that test this pipeline. So whenever they change something, it's like, boom, you broke something, alert, alert, don't put this into production. Like if you're using things like Python, you can have the exact same thing, except you're doing like, wait a minute, this derived variable now has a base of 0. Something is going wrong, right? So you can have like automated quality tests if you're in this ecosystem. Doesn't have to be Python, by the way. It can be almost like any mainstream language that you want. But people are using Python for data, so that's why it's better if you choose Python. And then you can also like maybe someone has taken quantum and built something where it can like automatically read a data source and automatically push it into Tableau. I haven't seen it. Let me know if it can do that. But in Python, you don't have to do everything by yourself. Like you can read from any source, you can write to anything. There's so many people using it that any statistical method that anyone has ever thought of has been implemented in Python. You can be like pretty much sure of it because so many people are using it. Anyway, that was part 3. And then this is the annoying part where I become one of those guys. Someone was knocking LinkedIn, putting like a rocket ship as a comment on LinkedIn. And I was like, oh my God, I've been putting rocket ships in Teams. I'm that guy. So I'm going to be that guy now. And 3 more reasons to use Python. Are you ready? First is to prepare for AI. Because like where we're going, a lot of code is going to be written by AI. So that's reason number 1. And this is like the old joke. I work for a French company, so maybe I shouldn't say the joke. But what are the 3 key ingredients to French cuisine? It's butter, butter, and butter. So moving to the Python ecosystem means, like, the more that you've moved to the Python ecosystem, the more it means that you're ready for this shift that's happening. And to be annoying again, like when I'm on Twitter, which is too often, and you kind of try and wade through the fundamentalists and Elon Musk and all that crap, so sometimes you see people say things like, ooh, I would not recommend to anyone to go into computer science because it's all going to go away. And I think, like, what am I going to tell I have 3 kids, and what am I going to tell them? Like, Dad, should I go into computer science? Should I do coding like you did? What am I, like, I'm tempted to say, well, if you're going to be a mediocre coder, then don't do it. But if you're going to be a good one, then you're going to have more fun than we ever did if you get good at it. But when I see on Twitter people saying, like, it's going to change so many things, it's going to impact so many things, and everybody's so excited about it, it's like, sometimes it gets annoying because it's so much hype. But sadly, I'm going to be that guy now. And this is sometimes how I feel with all this AI stuff. There's like, we're sitting here in this nice conference, and there's just a tidal wave coming towards us. And it's like, it hasn't really arrived, but we've seen it, and we're all thinking like, you know, what on earth, what's it going to look like when it hits, you know? What are we going to do? Because I've been using AI a lot to do like vibe coding, like at work, just to like, and what happens is it makes you produce things like 10 times faster as a coder. It actually does. It's crazy. So the questions are like, if we can almost just generate code 10 times faster than we used to, does that mean that like we'll just have 10 times more progress, or will we just have less people writing code? I have no idea. But it doesn't have to be too worrying, because this is why you should be using Python, because your organization will be AI ready, and you're going to be that guy and not that guy. So basically, one of the reasons why you should shift to Python, or just, it can be any mainstream programming languages, but I would say Python because that's what is used for data. So shift over to Python, because then you can be writing that wave. You can be vibe coding. And I'm going to show you, so what is vibe coding? I'll show you. Right, I'm going to vibe code. And there's a Frenchman in the audience who shall remain anonymous, who told me once that whenever someone gives me a demo of software and it's recorded and it isn't live, it breaks my heart. And so I thought, okay, he's going to be in the audience. He's best buddies with my boss's boss's boss. So I'm going to do live coding so I don't disappoint the Frenchman. And then I tried, and it's not going to be live. I'm sorry. So you heard like a sigh in the audience. But people have been doing a lot of vibe coding, and it's amazing. One thing that I recommend you do, which is totally crazy, so this is Claude. I like Claude because it's trendy for the coders, but you can go to ChatGPT, right? And here I say, I'm going to paste an idea in here, and you are going to ask me 10 one-line questions. And at the end, you are going to write a spec that I could use as a prompt for AI coding. This is the idea. I want a platform that runs surveys. And I'm basically recreating ASCII with vibe coding, okay? So I paste in my idea here, and Claude starts asking me one-liner questions. Do you want this? Do you want this? And one of the questions was like, what kind of questions do you want in your survey platform? And I'm like, I'm going to go multiple choice, single choice, free text, and grids, because people love grids. And they're going to have single and multi-choice. And it's like, I've captured your answer, How do you want to handle storage? And I answer 10 questions. It spits out a spec, survey platform requirements, and then it just like, spits out the spec. I copy paste that. This is where I was going to do the live demo, but I failed. So you open one of these, so there are all these platforms where you can do vibe coding. And one of them is called, I always forget the name, it's called Cursor, is the most famous one. But this is a tool called Windsurf. And it's crazy. You take the spec, this is the spec that Claude spit out. It kind of like tells you like where the file should be and everything. And I've typed in my requirements. Can you please code up this entire app? And I just hit enter, and you go get a cup of coffee. And this is what I was going to do live. And then I was like, I've coded up your platform. You've replaced ASCII in 30 minutes. and then I'm like, okay, great. And the vibe coding, he just fire up localhost, go to port 5000, and it was like, oh my God. And I log in, and I click on start survey, and it says, question not found. And this was like, I was practicing. I was going to do it live, so I did it a few times. And I was like, how do I get it to work? Like it's called, in vibe coding, it's called one shot. If you heard that, it's like one shot vibe coding. That's if you just prompt it once, and you get a program that works off the bat. I was going to do a one-shot vibe coding session with you guys, but it failed. It said like question not found. So I had to take the error message, and I was like, I was going to be sitting here like, give me 1 sec, give me 1 sec. I was not going to do that. So that's why it's not live. But I took the error message, pasted it back into Windsurf, and I was like, dude, this doesn't work. So it like, oh yeah, I can see the problem. And I'm not doing anything. I'm just like copy pasting errors into the machine. And so it fixed the problem. And here we are, example survey. And if I click on start survey, and this is where the video recording comes in, I put it on like twice the speed. So I do start survey. It's your favorite color, multi-choice, see, text, and a grid. Single choice grid. There you go. It's not a multi-level grid, but you know. So this kind of what I want to demonstrate here is if you can. This is like the most interesting time, even if you're not a developer. But if you're a developer and you've like done some of this before, this is the most interesting time to be alive as someone who's working with code, because it's just amazing. You can like, and this is kind of a little bit of a joke, like to do a whole like survey platform and like by vibe coding for half an hour. But imagine like if you know like I want to fix this bit, I want to fix this bit, I want to write this test, it actually does work. It's amazing how much more productive you can be. But in order to do this, another thing that we're doing at work is like we're doing AI agents, where you go like, ooh, can you please tell me something about this data? And it goes and fetches the data and runs some crosstabs and like, here you are. In order for you to do that, in order for your organization to be AI ready, you need to have APIs, you need to have things like Python, you need to have like a tool stack that has dark mode, right? You need to be able to like connect to the data. You need to be able to leverage everything else, everything everybody has done in Python. Otherwise, the tidal wave, you're not going to be on that surfboard. You're going to be, you're going to go under. So that's me being annoying on Twitter. I get annoyed when people say that. But this time, I think it may be true. That's it. So.
Thank you, Gail. That's excellent. I can see hands going, but I'll ask a non-tech question. Either at Ipsos or as you've seen wider in the industry, where are companies in that transition from the old tools designed for market research to Python and other tools? How is that evolution going?
I think I need a drink when you ask that question. I think there is awareness from the leadership, there's awareness that this needs to happen and we need to get there. And I think in these organizations, I do think that market research is full of very curious and tech-savvy people, actually. Like a lot of people who have been working with data, working with scripts and things like that, and I think most of them are quite excited. But it is because the tools, even though I knock them, they're not that bad. They are quite good. They do a lot of things. So, I can understand why people like using those tools. I guess it's just a matter of like showing them what they can get when they use more modern tools. Then you have like the incentive to move to this.
Is that Dimensions person at the back smashing things up? not happy with the answer. Let me offer it to the floor. Gary was the first hand. Talking of Dimensions people.
Yeah, didn't get a name check, don't mind. Anyway, what was interesting about that is one of the things that you kind of glossed over, which I think was quite important, was the prompting that you were using. Because as I was looking at it, it's quite in-depth and it's quite complicated. Do you see a convergence between a coder's skill set and somebody who is skilled at doing prompting? Because it looks like that's a fundamental skill in what you're doing. Was that a complicated thing for you to learn, or is it in the same ballpark?
I was thinking the other day that we have this terminology for people who can emphasize with other people, like emotional intelligence. I think like a slightly dystopian thing is that we kind of have to have people who can emphasize with the machine. Because when I first started this vibe coding thing, you do get better at it because you kind of see like how to do it so that it actually works. And it doesn't have to be too technical, but the prompting thing is something that you do have to kind of learn by trial and error. So, and I think the more you know about the tech and the underlying, like if you're fairly good at tech, then you're going to be a better prompter than otherwise, I think, definitely.
At the back. No. Oh, okay. Next.
I really loved your talk. It was really good fun. And
thank you.
I really enjoy making web apps, and I've been coding for years. And I do vibe coding as well. I must say that some of the ways it achieves its goals are a bit iffy sometimes. I mean, inefficiencies and some utter banana and stuff. And I'm really happy that I've got this experience so I can spot this sort of thing. How can we all get past these worries about the quality of the code? Maybe time is the answer with these things improving.
Yeah, at work I wrote this little script that does like AI code reviews. there's this concept where you do like people write some code and then some other code reviews it. And much to the annoyance of my team, I wrote this little AI thing, and it was like 70% of it was junk, which was a bit annoying. But 30% of it was like the AI was seeing things in the code that other people hadn't seen, because the human eye just doesn't catch some of those things. So I think maybe one of the quality control issues that we will have, some of it can maybe even be solved by having the AI read it over. And it's like, yeah, like I wrote some web app as well, and I was like, look at this and tell me where the security vulnerabilities are. And it's like, oh, you know, you have to check this and this and this. And that was actually like quite a good audit. So I think that, and I also think that one kind of dangerous thing is like the not too experienced programmers just like vibe coding something and releasing it to the wild. That can be dangerous because like it can be released and it does get launched and it does work, but it'll have, like, as you say, there are going to be problems with the code. So I think it's just a matter of we will learn it as we go along and educate ourselves, I guess.
Okay, final question.
I was going to say that last point is one of the ones I was trying to make too. It just changed. The requirements change, and you've got different people trying to code that were researchers previously. But my question was, if it took you half an hour to get rid of Askia, yeah, how long will it take you to get rid of Ipsos? Because they're quite a big competitor of mine, and maybe I should give you a job.
They do pay my salary, so
I have a question. And Askia was written by an LLM, but written in 1950, so that's why it's a bit rubbish. But you've glossed over something which is important, which I did not believe was possible before you showed me it was possible. We were always taught that market research data is specific. We got multiple questions, we got weighting, we got levels, and you glossed over that, saying like, oh, it's possible with Python. I know it's possible because I've seen you do it, but can you explain how you did it? And not in too much detail because we don't have that much time. But that's what the first argument is like. We had to use quantum because one, it was faster, and it's the only one that could be used with market research data.
So, I guess I was on a call at Ipsos, and I was showing them some of the AI agentic stuff that we were doing, and one of the questions was like, does this work with just survey data, what you just showed me, or can it work with other pieces of data? And with regards to AI agents, an agent is basically like you tell the AI to do something, and then you go get a cup of coffee, and it's ordered you a flight to, Bulgaria or something. That's like an agent that has agency. So we're doing that for survey data. And someone asked, can you do other bits of data? And the answer to your question, Jerome, is you have to write some code that enables the AI to work with your specific type of data. And in the case of market research, it's like, you do have to be able to deal with grids and multiple choice. But that's not like, that's just a little bit of time you have to invest in being able to run crosstabs and create derived variables using that type of data. Just as if you were working with geospatial data, you would have to write some tools specific to that field in order to enable the AI to understand it. So you do have to invest in giving the AI the tools to understand this specific set of data. So there is work to be done, actual development work, that's not just going to be vibe coded. Someone actually has to make sure that it's doing the right things. But that's how it can be used to work with survey data and any other data.
Okay, I suspect this conversation will continue over lunch, but thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue with the data tools theme, and it is my pleasure to welcome Andrew Labrie, founder of ArrowStream, a cutting-edge business intelligence and data engineering technologies for survey data. He's also an ASC committee member. Andrew is both a winner and finalist of the ASC MRS Technology Innovation Award, and I had the pleasure working with Andrew during his time at Kinetics. I know firsthand how passionate he is to develop new and clever data solutions. Andrew would tell us that you don't need big budgets to do great things. and how the most suitable technologies may well be right under our noses. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Oh, I need the little clicker, sorry. I've been giving it to everyone, that's it for me. So thank you, AJ. My name's Andrew, I'm founder of ArrowStream, and I'm a pragmatic guy. I like to help my clients, and I want to help them fast, and I want to help them with modern technology. Typically, my work is using Tableau. I'm a proper Tableau geek. I can make survey data get into Tableau. That's kind of my niche, my sweet spot, has been for years. And what I'm going to talk to you today is not about Tableau, because Tableau is quite expensive. It's about stuff that you can use tomorrow. So when I came up with this presentation, I wanted to give you something that, I mean, you could go in your lunch break if you're that enthused, and actually start using it right now. So how do we make this happen? So I'm going to talk to you about how we can turn spreadsheets and take you on that journey to how you make AI agents. It falls so nicely with Geer's presentation. And so it's kind of like, well, it's so inspiring what you've just said. How do we make it happen? And so what I'm hoping to do today is inspire you to take that first step. So with Excel, it's been around for years. I wrote my dissertation 20 years ago in VBA. And since then, it hasn't really moved on that much. You know, VBA is still kind of the tool that they use. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Anyway, I can still do it. It's still the kind of old tool that it used to be. Now, there have been a few developments, like they introduced Power Query a while ago, and they've done some extra little bits and bobs. But over the last couple of years, there seems to be this massive acceleration in Excel's capability. So things like dynamic ranges, lambda functions, tables, slicers, there's some really good stuff. And about 9 months ago, we did an ASC lab session all about some of this new stuff that's in Excel. And I very much encourage you to take a look at it, because some of it's really quite cool. But there's one thing that comes to mind for me, which is incredible, and that's Python in Excel. So what I want to do first, I don't know what's happened here, but we don't need it. It's a bit stuffy, so I want you all to stand up, and we're going to do a live poll. Okay, fab. Right, that's it. Stretch your legs. Fantastic. So what I want you to do is sit down if you do not have Excel. You don't have Excel on your computer. Okay, fab. That's really cool. So lots of people use Excel. Wonderful. Now I'd like you to sit down if you've never written a Python script before. Very cool. Purpose of this, these are your like superheroes. And of the people who are still standing, how many people have actually shared one of those Python codes or used it in a real situation and not just for a little bit of fun? Okay. So, yeah, like I said, these people standing, take a look at them. They're your superheroes. They are the ones who are going to help you along your journey. Okay, so there's my little poll. So, you can take a sit down now. Sorry. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to introduce you to this tool. And an ASC conference isn't an ASC conference until you get a spreadsheet out. So that's what we're going to do. So the key thing, which I'm going to talk to you about, is this function, equals py. That's it. You do that in your Excel at home, and you can write Python. So if you could flip over to the Excel spreadsheet. This is my glamour assistant, Neil. Yes, Debbie McGee in disguise. Fab. Okay, so you have to... Take it off there. Yeah, that's the one. Cool. Okay. So, Neil, if in the very top cell there, if you could write equals py, and that's all, and the moment that he puts an open bracket, things change. Okay? So, if you see this kind of environment now, this is new, for those of us who use Excel quite a lot. That is now able to take Python script. Quite cool, huh? And if if you could just write the word A equals, and then just click a cell anywhere. That now passes that data into that Python script. Okay? So quite cool. Who knew this? No one. Cool. Perfect. So one of the weird things about Python and Excel is that it's different to how a normal spreadsheet works. So it's, if you've written Python before, it's generally you do the top thing, then it kind of works its way down. In a similar way, Excel works the same way. So you write your functions up here in kind of like a sequential order, but if you declare a variable down here and then reference it up here, it's not going to work. So as long as you've got that concept in your head, you can start to do wonderful things. Okay, so the reason I started getting into this was because my client, they drew bar charts, and they wanted to put the significance labels on. A little up arrow to say if it's significantly higher, a little down arrow if it's significantly lower. But they were like manually drawing on their PowerPoint chart those little symbols, and then when the data changed, they had to do it again. So I was like, there must be a better way. And I battled with Excel charts and tried to get the fonts working, and it was just such a pain. And so, Neil, if you could tab over to the dynamics chart. So it's a pretty boring chart, I'm sorry. But this is now generated by Python and in one cell. So this little cell here contains the code which generates that based on that. So, Neil, if you could just change like the low base size on one of them from 0 to 1. I'm going to fire my assistant. Press escape, actually. You're still adding things in the previous doodah asset. Perfect. And so that will then regenerate the chart. It will change the base size of the May one and show it in grey eventually. Okay? And then the little arrows on top also do the same thing. So this was my kind of idea. This is now a lot simpler, it's very dynamic. And they can just use this on any table they like, which is structured like that. So it's quite a powerful little tool. And so the problem with Excel at the moment is that you have to manually configure all these little charts and copy and paste them. If you go, oh, I want to change that one, you have to then change it again in all of those other ones. With this, you write the one function, and then you keep calling it. Python's great. Okay, then the next one, if you could go along to word cloud. We can do word clouds in Excel now. Cool, huh? Before it used to be something, oh, I need to put my data on a website and then let that generate the word cloud. And it's just like, should I be doing this? Not sure. But now you can just do it straight in Excel. And this one has kind of stop words. So Neil, if you could just type the word drink in there. It will take the word drink out of your word cloud, regenerate it, done, eventually. There we go. It also works with Excel functionality. So we've got a little slicer here. If we clicked on mail, for example, it will then filter it based on the mail responses. So all of a sudden, we've now got a very dynamic way of doing word clouds in Excel. Cool, huh? Okay, if we'll skip along the next ones quite quick. Radar plots, it can do that, yay. Polar histograms, this is one I got really quite excited about. Imagine your data's like this, you've got loads of countries, you've got some sort of score, income levels, and then if you could zoom out for us a little bit, you can generate this in Excel. You can change any of that data right now, and it will update the chart. Cool, huh? And then if you can use that in any of your reports going forward, or you can adjust it, you can change the background colors, you can change the color scheme, all dynamically. I just think it's like mind-blowing. But it's been there for years. All this stuff has been available in Python for years. But it's so unlocked, it's so locked up, unless you're a geek like, okay. Then I thought, well, how can we make this kind of even more kind of market researchy, survey-y? So there's fuzzy logic matching, which is our next tab. So imagine you've got your code frame. So in this example, we've got a little, sorry, Neil, go on a little bit further. So here's our code frame of the official names. And I thought, let's try and trick it, because I've got an Andrew Smith and an Andrew Smith son. So if we scroll down a little bit again, here's my messy data. There was an Andy Smiths. How's it going to cope with that? And so if we then go to the output, it's then done a fuzzy logic matching as best it can on that data. It's given a score for each one out of 100, 100 being a perfect match. And then for the Andy Smith's one, I've made it show the second best, so that you as an analyst who's trying to make these kind of guesses, which one should I use? And that's just my interpretation of how I've used this. So you could figure it how you like. Weighting is our next tab. Here's rim weighting in Python. So here's your survey data, here are your target weights. And if we scroll across to the side, we'll have the rim weights for it. Again, completely dynamic, able to change, update, all that kind of stuff. Next one's Faker. So there's a Python library called Faker. So here, if we do a little drop down of available things that we can fake. I don't know if you can see at the back, first names, last names, jobs, email addresses, phone numbers, etc., etc. And if we just scroll down a little bit, here's our fake data. And what's quite cool about this is it's used really for user interface design, when you just need to kind of make it look like it's got some stuff in it so that it's real. But what's quite cool, if you scroll up to the top, we can change the language. So if we change it to, I don't know, Japanese, the JAGP, it will then regenerate it. It's just doing its little thinking. That's what that little circle with the refresh is. Come on. And it's giving you first and last name. I don't know Japanese. I think that's right. But isn't that quite cool? So within your spreadsheet, there's no limit for how many rows we can create. I've done 10, so it's a little bit quick. But if you wanted 1,000 rows, you could do that. So you can make all your fake data. I don't want to do this. Okay, synthetic data. I thought, well, that's the hot topic. Let's see if we can make synthetic data. So in this example, my survey script had some random error and that these data points disappeared. So it's just like, well, how can I simulate that data? So it's then using a machine learning algorithm, looking over the past responses for that person, looking at the broad range of all the responses that were there, and it's filling in the gaps. And that's a very simple, basic one. You could refine it with the more Python code that you want. Pair plot is another kind of weird one. So iris data set is quite a common one in machine learning world. So here I've got some data points and a different category at the end. In 3 lines of Python code, you can create that chart there, which does like a cross matrix of all the different data points. And if you could scroll across a little bit more, bit more. There we go. We can also do it to create a segmentation. So it's like a tree classifier algorithm, and it's kind of taking that data, analyzing it, going over in like lots of different ways to generate how you do your segmentations. So all of a sudden, Excel is like the most powerful tool for a data analyst to research. Cool. So if we can flip back to the presentation. Super. If it still works. And I've got this. Oh, wrong way. So what you need to do this is creativity and curiosity. So if there's a pain point in your market research process or your analysis process, go, how do we make this better? And where do you ask those questions? ChatGPT. It will help you. Like, is this possible in Python? And they go, yeah, there you go. It might not work first time, but it will inspire you to go, there is an answer. There is an alternative to this that we can look into and explore. However, you will hit a brick wall. There are limitations with Python and Excel. So the first thing, you can't import any other Python libraries. So if there's a Python library that's really useful for you, you can't use it because you've only got the set number which are in the kind of Microsoft environment. And they've kind of gone, we're just using these ones. So at that point, you go, that's annoying. But at that point, you already know enough Python to go, I feel confident now that I could actually make my own Python environment and set these things up, rather than try and do that straight off the bat. Other things that may be a concern is the security aspect. So where is this Python code being run? Now, I Googled this just before this presentation, looked on the Microsoft website. They use their enterprise-grade security, which is locked down to your organization. So if you're happy using Excel online with Microsoft, then it's using the same kind of encapsulation as that. Other little annoying things, you can't install fonts. So all those lovely charts which I did, you can't put your client-specific font in it. And it's just like, oh, that's so annoying, because it's so close to being perfect. But they're images, they're not editable charts. So you can't just go in and change them. But if you just opened up your own Python environment, because you've kind of got the confidence it's possible, we just need to change the font, then you can take that extra step. Okay. So there is a way around these kind of bricks in the road that you're going to come across on your journey. And it's not going to work as an AI agent straight away, but the code that you've written in your Python Excel, you can lift it. Maybe not word for word, but it's the same Python which is used in these APIs and all the rest of it. Maybe the code isn't as perfect as like a data engineer would do, but if you employed like a developer team and said, well, we've got all of these cool spreadsheets that we use, they are going to kind of cry a little bit. If you say, we've got all these Python functions that we use, and we want you to put them into an API, they'll go, all right, I can do that. So it gets you along that journey. And I think that's really powerful. And as an industry that we feel we're a little bit behind, if we can all kind of just take that first step and go, well, let's think about writing this in a more Pythonic way, then we can get a really good place. So yeah, I don't know what the future's going to look like, to be honest, but I do know having things in Python is going to make our lives a lot better. That is the end of my talk.
Very clever. Very clever. Well done. So would you use Excel for these things, or just that you can use Excel for these things?
So for me, as an independent, pragmatic consultant, clients come to me with their problems, and then they go, how can we do it? And they don't have the technology, the infrastructure set up to go, well, you just deploy this, and it's just like, well, that's not going to happen. But they do have Excel. So I can fix their little problems quite quickly. Like, how can I make a heat map work, for example, with survey data, overlay on an image, and have that as a Python export? Like, something that's quite annoying, we can fix. And it's that part where it goes, and it opens the eyes of kind of, this is possible. And then it gets you further.
Questions? Comments?
Hi. Is there any sort of size limit to the Python code you can stick in a cell, basically?
Yes, good question. So Microsoft offer this as like a freebie on top of your Microsoft 365 account. And then they give you like premium compute power when you first use it. And then after a day of hammering it, it kind of goes, we're kind of reducing your speeds now. So that's why it was taking a little bit slower on when I was refreshing things. And Python isn't that slow, but Excel in Python is a bit slow. Now you can pay, I think it's $20 a month or £20 a month to get premium compute if you want it. So that option is there. But again, it's kind of hitting that brick wall. And at some point you'll go, this isn't quite enough for me to kind of use in anger. And I wouldn't say, let's run Ipsos off Excel spreadsheets. Let's not go that back step. But it gives you that first step to making your life better.
Yeah, Jerome.
Yeah, people used to say like, you might lose your job to AI, and say, no, you're gonna might lose your job to Andrew. I thought it was amazing. And I'd love to have those spreadsheets that you showed, because they were fantastic.
Yeah. I will share them all, by the way.
Brilliant. But my question is it's about the brick wall. Let's imagine you hit that brick wall. You need an external API. You need some library that work really well to create your diagrams or whatever. What do you do if you want to show that in Excel? You want to get your data.
So you go around it, like you do your own separate environment.
So you become a Python coder.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you hand it over to someone who is a Python coder.
Yeah.
Say, I've got this far, I can't go any further. And they go, oh, okay, and then take it on.
Because what's great is like, you know, it's a bit like Jupyter Notebook where, you know, like whenever you press on your stuff, you got it in Excel, and it's what's so nice. So you move to Jupyter Notebook.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the power of Excel is why everyone stood up at the start. Everyone's got it. So how many people got a Jupyter Notebook and know how to run it on their machine? A few. But it's a barrier. With Excel and Python, there is no barrier anymore to start learning Python. I've got one more slide, actually, just to go on the, if we can flip back to the Excel, if it works. I forgot to mention, you can do QR codes as well. So if anybody wants to book a meeting with me, just scan that on your phone, and then we can chat about this more. It's mad.
Here we go, last. Final question.
Thanks. I don't know if it's needed, but does it exist in any other Microsoft tools? I mean, things like Word, PowerPoint, Teams, you know, can you...
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I'm just trying to think of options.
I don't really care about them, to be honest.
No, you don't. But I'm guessing some businesses might. And I know Python could create stuff for, but I'm wondering that direct link.
Yeah.
Whether you can... Okay.
I mean, it reminds me of another kind of challenge that you have. So if you want to learn how to do this, Python and Excel, you kind of Google, how do I do Python and Excel? But the key words of Python and Excel, they'll just tell you how to use Python to make Excel spreadsheets, rather than tell you how to do the things which I've just demonstrated. So it's kind of like a bit of a barrier that you have to kind of work through.
Okay, Neil, thank you also for supporting. And thank you, Andrew. Right, so Andrew's back behind the laptop now, and we come to our final presentation of this morning. Changing tack, a little from what we've just seen, last two presentations. But our final presentation in the morning is from Tassia Henks and Jack Millership of Zappi, although I do believe there might be two others as well, so we're 4 for the price of 2. But I only actually have details of Tassia, who's a research director at Zappi, over 10 years experience, insights, MR, specializing methodologies, data quality and predictive modeling. And Jack is a research enterprise leader at Zappi, 15 years in MR, focused on delivering programmatic insights ecosystems that increase in value with each research project run. Very impressive. They will share with us how they have been looking to solve the problem of building expensive research norms by applying clever models and use of synthetic data. So over to you guys.
Okay, just testing. Right. So, just we've just done this, but this has been a great. This is a cross-functional talk from a cross-functional piece of work, and I always love it when that happens because it reminds me of startups, which is where everyone works really well together. So we'll get more into this now. So the origin story of this talk is 6 months ago. I was bringing our new CEO up to speed on the extreme sadness of trying to get benchmarks in every country and every category. And it's that new CEO, why can't we sell there? Why did we lose this thing? It's like, oh, yeah, because we don't have Peruvian tea drinkers. And customers, we go through the whole process that everyone goes through when they take over this revenue drive. Can we not just build them when the customer says they're going to spend? We go and build the norms. They launch one cell. So illustration of the sadness is between all the countries and categories, we have depth for 2% of those combinations. We have some data for 7%, and it would cost us $49 million to close all the holes. Obviously, that's a bit of a provocation of a statement you know, maybe some categories don't exist in some markets, but it's directionally correct in its sadness. So very much in the spirit of the theme today, I was thinking, oh, there's got to be a way of getting more value for less money. And also in the spirit of the previous talk, so our research team, I deeply respect them. I also consider myself a little bit of an imposter, although I've been here for 15 years now, so something's stuck. Deeply respect the research team, and I didn't want to just tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, I've just had a brain fart. Like, is there any way we could just not do all the things we've been doing for a long time and get into that whole thing? They're very busy and doing very, very important work. So I thought, let me first have a little, not quite vibe coding, but just a session on the couch with my robot friends to see whether we could model the effects of country and the effects of category and the combinations in a way that would allow us to fill the gaps of some of our sort of third-tier markets where we wouldn't really want to invest. I didn't go the Studio Ghibli route. I also think the AI is trying to flatter me. I don't think profile's as good, but yeah. So the journey with I started with Claude and ChatGPT, and I spent quite a bit of time going into the prompts of what the problem was, what the data looks like, you know, and it came up with some interesting ideas, which I'm sure some people here have already thought of, but it was interesting. So I spent the afternoon running with them and thought, well, I'm not going to, this could be complete nonsense, so let's see if I can validate it. So it's pretty, I then entered a vibe coding state. I didn't use Python because one of the algorithms was actually more, I think it was more mature in R. I haven't used R before. Traditionally, say 3 years ago, if I'd run into this problem, I would have gone, okay, great. I've got this algorithm. It does exactly what I want. It's in R. Now I'm going to try and spend the afternoon converting it to Python. I just skipped that step and immediately started producing validation in R. Of course, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I got some really interesting results that I thought, okay, it's worth tapping the shoulder on. Nobody should ever deploy CTO market research. I'm not coming for your jobs. I don't really know what I'm talking about, but I think the big advance here, at least from the framing of how this started and the role of AI, is it presented we could have a conversation a little bit further down the road than sort of just sort of the brain fart stage. I could say, okay, well, there's a little bit of structure here. Tassia, Jack, is there anything to this? And I will hand over, as I did with this, to Tassia.
Thank you. Let me get this. Thank you. I do code in R because I graduated too many years ago, probably. So back then, if you were learning statistics, it's R that you are using, or SAS. Does anyone still use SAS? But yeah. So that's exactly what happened. Brandon came and said, "Wow, I did this thing, and it looks okay." Well. So the challenge was, can we imagine a scenario where we could create norms where we don't have any data based on predicting norms, basically. So where we have data, we stick to the number. Where we don't have data, let's try to predict it. Let's explore. So it was an exploratory work to start with. And we tested initially, can I pass? Oopsie. We tested initially 2 models. So the first model tested was a linear mixed effect model, and that's pretty much an extension of a regression for cases where you have a lot of correlations. So in this case, we had country data. So there's a lot of clustering and correlations within the data set, so a linear regression wouldn't be suitable, but we tested with linear effects model. The second model included, it's a similar one, but included a Bayesian effect, so included the prior information about the countries. And what we're going to do through this presentation is talk you through the results, the initial findings, and where we are going with predicted norms. So model one, it's the idea that you could create a prediction based on estimating an effect for the country, an effect for the category, have an intercept, have an error, put them all together, and have a prediction in that way. We have, of course, it's market research, so we have lots of types of data. So we do have norms for average, we have norms for top boxes, top 2 boxes, bottom 1 boxes, bottom 2 boxes. We have metrics that are in a scale. We have metrics that are based on behavior data, for example, engaging with a video, clicking, putting emojis. So we have metrics that we call them behavior. So we have behavior, we have some scales, we have different types of metrics, and of course we wanted a model that would work well for the majority of our metrics. We tested as well, we have a difference here. So sometimes we were trying to calculate norms where we have a lot of information on the category and we have a lot of information on the country. So we have seen and observed both of them. Sometimes we're trying to predict a category where we don't know much about the category, so it's a new category, but a country that we have seen, and sometimes it was the other way. So it was, so sometimes we were trying to predict things where we had data on the country, or we had data on the category, or we had data on both. So there was a bit of a difference, and that matters for the second model used. I put 2 examples of outputs just to show you how we were looking at the effects. Oh, this is not the example yet. So here are the R-squares for model 1. Again, model 1 was very, very simple. Simple, linear, easy model. And the R-squares are quite high, so for most of the metrics. So this is our advertising solution, all the KPIs there. The R-squares are way above 90, so it goes from kind of 87 to 98, so very high R-squares. In the interest of time, I didn't put the errors, I didn't put the measures of fitness, but the model fitted very well. The errors were relatively low, so we're quite impressed for such an easy, basic model to start with. Then I put 2 examples just to show you how we were looking at country effects and category effects separately. So this was an example for a distinctiveness, which is a metric that we have to say how different this is from other ads that you've seen. And you can see category effects for all the categories, how much they vary, country effects, how much they vary. We were looking at it to see if that made sense with what we know. So for example, at the bottom, we might not be able to see, but you have mobile service, broadband internet. You can also see the rank on the country, how different the scores were, and same for another metric. So the metric before, this is the 5-point scale. The next metric is watchful ads, so it's kind of the percentage of ad watched, or yes, no, if you have not watched the ad. And again, looking at the category effects and the country effects. And when we looked into detail in advertising and innovation, it was really, really important to us that, you know, the things we were seeing in the model made sense with what we know about the data. And it did. This is a chart showing how much more important the country effect is compared to the category effect. We all know that. We all know that there's bias and different markets score differently. But it's really interesting to see how different that was. So these are the predictions interval for situations where you have seen the country and you have not seen the country. So the point that you see here, right at the end, is situations where you have not seen the country. So you can see how far the predictions are, how big and how wide the prediction intervals is. And then here is when you have not seen the category, much closer. And here in the middle is situations where you have seen both the category and both the country. So much, much better scenario. So we applied that to a real-life application. We looked at 2 categories. I just brought these 2 as an example. So this is Canada, bottled water, Germany, non-alcoholic energy drinks, and we compared the estimates to the observed and did a bit of the difference divided by the standard deviation just to see how much that difference was compared to the variety that we see in the data. And again, you might not be able to see, but some of them are quite well predicted. Like you can see that it matched up to the first decimal quite nicely. So we were very impressed with, based on this model that was very basic, the predictions were kind of okay. So what we've learned was 3 things. There was a good fit in the model, despite being a model that's relatively simple, good fit. It was explaining a lot of the variance. Second point, it did make sense with what we know about the categories and what we know about the countries. And the third was that we have very distant predictions to build on. So this was a very initial model. Let's build on, let's improve in this model, and let's take it from there. And then Brooke looked at some cool stuff to improve the country effect.
Cheers, Tassi. I'll grab that. Cheers. Cool. So as Tasha just said, we attempted to see if we can leverage external country data into our modeling to boost predictions where we have low occurring countries or we've never seen a country before in our survey data. So if we have a lot of, we have a lot of data for, a lot of survey data in the US and the UK. We have less survey data in Thailand and Vietnam. So our predictions, our random effect predictions, tend to be a lot worse in these low occurring countries and unseen countries. So this is why we look to external data sources to get around the sparse data problem. So how did we do that? This is the most, this is the most formula slides you're gonna see from here on. So we downloaded a bunch of external country data. So this is data about countries, religiosity, geography, economic indicators, demographics, this sort of thing. And one of the implicit assumptions in Model 1 that Tasha talked about is that these random effects between countries and between categories are independent of each other. So what that means from the model's perspective is that it cannot use, say, Vietnamese data to estimate the country effect for Vietnam, for Thailand, even though Thailand and Vietnam might actually be quite similar. So we wanted to leverage this similarity, and we thought we could use this external country data to do so. So what we did is with the current model, we just introduced this dependency directly. So rather than allowing these country effects to remain independent, we impose the dependency here. The details don't really matter too much, I don't think, and they're not particularly interesting unless you're a bit of a nerd. But we do that in this this G matrix here. We derive a similarity matrix from the external country data, and then we add it into this covariance matrix here. And what that means is that rather than drawing these country effects from independent distributions, we group together a big, massive country effect vector, and we draw it from a global world distribution. So that's the first way in which we use this external data. And what that means is we can have this strength borrowing effect. So when we're making Vietnamese predictions, we can borrow strength from Thailand. We can borrow strength from US data as well, which I have a lot of. But we'll borrow less from US data, right? Because the US is a lot less similar to Thailand than Vietnam is. The second way in which we did that is we tagged on some fixed effects country features. So you might remember from a few slides ago, the mixed linear model is actually quite a simple model. It's just the addition of a few terms. We just added on a few extra terms. What these terms represent are essentially these external data features, so religiosity, demographics, income, and it's just this country, it's just each country represented in these coordinates, basically. So it's a 3D representation of these countries in this vector space, which is defined by these features. So what's the value of that? So if we've never seen a country before, and we're not able to estimate a country effect, say, then we have this as a bit of a backstop, these fixed effects country features. We can rely on these fixed effects if our country effect or category effects are small. And so we can draw correlations, the model can draw correlations between these features and our metrics of interest, so our distinctiveness, say. So these first two things happen at the very beginning. So this happens during model training or model definition. We define these things up front, and we let the model estimate these parameters. This last bullet point here, estimating unseen country random effects, that happens during prediction. So it's just a bit of a trick, really, but it turns out to be pretty effective. If we've never seen a country, so we don't have, let's say, pick a random country, Indonesian data in our data set, then we can estimate that country random effect as a linear combination of the country random effects that we do have data for. So it's just a weighted mean, essentially, of all the other country random effects, where the weights are again determined by this similarity matrix, which is again derived from this external country data. So all of this is leveraging external country data in situations where we don't have a lot of data. Okay, cool. So that's the technical side. Does it work? The short answer is yes, it does. Particularly in low occurring and unseen countries. The model, so this blue line you're looking at here is model 1 performances. So all these countries here we have our low occurring countries in our data set, or unseen in some of them. And model 1 is the error here, the blue line, sorry, is the error in model 1, and this orange line is the error in model 2. So in almost all instances, with the exception of 2, model 2 outperforms model 1. The overall error reduction is about 50%, so it's half as much error in model 2. Are we going to put these predictions in front of customers in areas where in countries where we don't have a lot of data? Probably not. But I think what this does demonstrate, at least, is that this principle of using external data about countries and maybe categories is a useful principle, and we can use that to learn and inform future decisions and experiments in this work stream. So what's next? So the first thing is to iterate on this current model. It's a very simple model, despite some of the earlier slides. The underlying model is a mixed effects model, so it's linear, and it captures a lot of the variation that we see in our metrics. But maybe we can experiment with more complicated modeling. Hierarchical models is something that's come up a bit in our discussions. And maybe we can do something with category effects, right? I just talked about leveraging country similarity to boost predictions. Maybe we could do the same thing with category effects. Another thing we want to do is we want to test this with parent level categories. So everything we've shown so far is to do, involves child level categories, but parent level categories tend to be more relevant for our clients. Also, we've been talking about the country effect and the category effect, and even in this second version of the model, country and category is still independent. So can we explore interaction terms, right? Do we know that specific categories test very differently in specific countries? I think we do. Can we encode that in our model? And lastly, we want to test this on more data, so more solutions. And then I think Jack's going to talk about how we might use this.
Cheers, Brooke. Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to say is norms mean something for customers. So really, when we think about how we might deploy this, there's a lot of expectations. You know, a norm is something that is traditionally something organic, based on prior testing, based on relevant comparison points. I think it's fair to say that were we to go to market with this aggressively, a lot of behavior change would be required, and we'd probably have quite a negative reaction in some cases. So we need to be careful in terms of how we position this, how we start using it. I think the other thing to say as well is, of course, a model like this is to some extent only as good as the data that we put into it. At Zappi, historically, we have done a lot of norms building. Typically, that's been to achieve a database of a given size, to produce a benchmark that we allow customers to compare their data to. I think that the big implication of this might be that we change how we do some of that spend. When we look at building norms in future, we are probably going to focus more on, less on having a lot of cells within a given combination and more on breadth instead of concentrating that data, which is quite exciting because it allows us to look at enabling, globally much bigger footprints. But in terms of I guess the principles we're looking at from the product perspective of, taking this to market really is, I think there'll be more acceptance for this kind of approach in more obscure markets where we don't typically do a lot of research, typically high CPI, small databases. We only really want to deploy this as well in markets where we know about cultural response biases from previous research, particularly online cultural response biases, of course, and of course where we know about the category as well. So at Zappi, we know a lot about salty snacks, we know a lot about carbonated soft drinks. Those kind of areas, getting those into more obscure markets would be a natural starting point for something like this. And then, very importantly, we are not going to do predictions that a customer would use based on, unseen information at this point in time. So yeah, I mean, that really covers it. But I think the key point here is, the other side of this coin is, at the moment, our norms are purely organic at Zappi, right? We maybe do a little bit of gardening, take some stuff in, take some stuff out, but they are, purely based on mean scores, top box averages, whatever it may be. In my mind, at least, where this really takes us is in a direction where we stop having such blunt mathematical calculations to derive a norm or a benchmark, a simple average, and we use a lot more information. So, our salty snacks norm in the United States, I could easily see that in the not too distant future be, a norm which is based on this model, what this returns in the United States for salty snacks. But why would we not want to use all that additional salty snacks information we have from many other markets? It seems inefficient not to take some of that data in. Yeah, that's where I see us going with this.
Excellent. I mean, some excellent work has gone in there. It kind of took me back, I think probably about 15 years ago when we were talking about how difficult it was to build and maintain consumer panels in lots of countries. And I said quite flippantly, why don't we just build a very big one in China and just culturally weight all of the answers? And maybe that wasn't such a ridiculous idea 15 years later. I will ask the floor for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that there were some negative responses or reactions when bringing the idea or concept to clients. What were those negative reactions, and what proportion of those were actually well-founded versus debatable?
I think the answer to that really at this point is we're anticipating that. We've not really spoken to customers in depth about this yet. We've done the discovery in terms of the technical side. We now need to do the discovery with customers. Well, I think it's about what people may be used to. Non-synthetic, you could call it synthetic, you could call it derived. People are used to market research being directly observed data from populations. They're used to benchmarks generally being non-synthetic in source, so it's bringing that additional element into the mix.
Given that the most widely used technique in market research is probably the t-test, do you think clients are ready for a more sophisticated norm model?
No. I think we need, a serious answer is we need white papers, evidence, we need to convince them, right?
Thanks. Really interesting ideas, and it reminded me a lot of norm work that when I worked for a big agency a few years ago. Norms was very key then. Just trying to understand with your, this is more broader about the way you handle norms, but perhaps with the unseen category and unseen country stuff's more important. Do you use time as a variable at all, as in when the data's captured, when the norm, the data that's going into your model, and the data that's decaying from the model? Do you have like a decay curve for that?
I'm going to have to hand over to these guys to talk about the model.
This exploratory work was using our whole database, which is based on the organic norm. So if we are to implement and to test it further, it will probably have a time cut on what goes into the predictions. But at the moment, it was just exploratory, and it was based on our entire database. So there isn't a time frame.
Apologies for my naivety, but how could you take a country where you got lots of data and pretend you didn't have a lot of data, and then see how valuable your methodology is?
Yes, I removed the entire US from our database and started putting it back one by one just to see what it does. So yeah, it's an interesting exercise to do. of course, the more, the better. But yeah, it's certainly one of the things we looked at. And it's one of the ways that we can estimate the errors. For example, you know, you randomly select some stuff to keep it out of the database, put it back in, and see where the errors are in the predictions. So yeah, it's good fun. Yeah.
I've got a question. One of the things that you know struck me is like the assumption that there was independence per country of the geographic effects of the religiosity. Have you tried to segment the countries? You know, to try to see like which one was similar and build different coefficients for each of them. And in the end, you know, you can always overfit, etc., etc. Have you tried machine learning? Because you know it's complex and it might work better than simple, you know, multilinear correlation.
Yes. So that second model is, so we're not segmenting groups of countries, we're segmenting individual countries. So for every single country, we have a number which tells us how similar that country is to the rest of the world, so to every single country in the rest of the world. So we are essentially doing that. And we are, so that is in that second model in that Bayesian implementation. Yeah, if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to bring that session to an end. Thank you all for an excellent presentation. Okay, look, so a fascinating morning. I hope you agree that the level of presentations quality has been excellent and varied, but it is lunch, so we get a break. I can see the food at the back. We will take 1 hour for lunch, so eat away, catch up, and please return in 1 hour's time. Thank you all very much. workshop at the end is going to be around very practical ideas of how we can do more for less. And these don't have to be massive strategic things you might have done. These can be small things. This could be, I created a macro which saves me half an hour a day. So have in mind things that you have done or can think of that have saved time. And then when we put you into groups, it will be discussing those and recording them and debating them and then eventually kind of finding a winner. So don't obviously not listen to the rest, but do keep that in mind as we go through the first part of the session. Before we start with the next main presentation, we've got a couple of announcements. One of the things that we do at ASC to grow the community is ASC Labs, and Andrew will tell us a little bit about things that are going on.
Cheers, thank you, AJ. I've purposely got a coffee cup here because one of the ASC Labs sessions that we do is a coffee morning. So one of the things I love about the ASC is that the community of us here today who openly talk about the challenges and the ideas to kind of move our industry forward. And so kind of each month we have a ASC Labs session. Sometimes it's just a coffee morning, no agenda, we just chew the fat. And it's the highlight of my month, it really is. It's like a really nice kind of conversation to get involved with. And so we'll start sending out mail outs if you're signed up to the mailing list, so that you can sign up yourself. And then also every now and then when the need comes, we'll do something a bit bigger, or we'll have a set topic. So in the past, and as I mentioned during my talk, we did one all about Excel and how that's changed. We've also done them about how you can make your own survey bot, just to explore what that looks like. So it's kind of weird and wonderful ideas to play with. They're only an hour long. There's kind of no fixed agenda, and we also try not to record them so we can be open and honest with each other about how things are going. So I do encourage you to sign up to that if you can. One other thing, if I may, just to say the ASC is run kind of purely on volunteers. I'm a volunteer, AJ's a volunteer, and those in white little lanyards are also volunteers. It's brilliant fun. It's really good putting on a conference like this. A little bit of stress every now and then, but it's really worth it. And if anybody wants to get involved with the ASC, then do give us a shout. Talk to any other people in white lanyards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. So before our next presentation, we have one more person. I would like to invite Tarek up to announce a couple of things that are going on, which you might be interested in coming along to.
Thanks, AJ. I run an organisation. It used to be called the DP Party, run by Colbert Sky. They no longer do it, and I took over in, I think it 2019, just before COVID. I've kind of rebranded it, and we call it, what do I call it now? No, I'm joking. It's called Data Space. Okay, so and actually what we've done in the past, we've tried to piggyback on the back of the ASC conference, and I think we'll be doing that in November. So in the evening in November, when they do the ASC conference, we'll be having a data space Christmas party. But we're also having a summer party coming up on Wednesday, the 11th of June. And in addition to that, we're also I've decided to do something called a fireside chat, which is an hour of someone talking about data in a fun way. So we've got John Pulston coming in talking about big data and fantasy football, one of his passions. But the idea really about the organization is voluntary, like these guys. It's just to get younger people from market research to connect with other data-driven people in market research. So that's all I'm here to promote. If you go to my LinkedIn profile, it's got all the dates and links to both of those functions. So if you, more the merrier. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so back to the main agenda, and to start our afternoon program, we're going to begin looking at the latest trends in survey research and how they are bringing improvements within the industry that we work in. Mike Stevens is founder of Insights Platform, the leading online directory learning and event site for modern research and insights. With over 25 years of insight software, he's a leading consultant, advisor and writer at the intersection of technology, research and analysis. I welcome Mike to the stage.
Thanks, AJ. Right,
Hi, everyone. I don't know if I wrote that. I don't remember writing the blurb. Sorry, it's not really just about survey stuff. It's about research tech a little bit more broadly. I run this website. Some of you might be familiar with it. It's a directory of research tools, but there's also a massive knowledge bank of demos, of videos, webinars, articles, ebooks. There's all sorts of stuff about research tech. It's kind of broad. It's surveys, it's qual, it's UX, it's analytics. But there's a load of free stuff there if you want to check that out. Now, I thought I knew what I was going to talk about, and then I spoke to Rebecca, and she said, you have worked the theme of the event into this, haven't you? And I hadn't, so I've force-fitted this more with less thing into each of the things I was going to talk about anyway. So the first is more empathy with less expertise, okay? So there are relevant aspects of this for surveys, you'll see in a moment. But I don't know if anybody saw this article recently, Harvard Business Review. It's basically some work that's been done looking across what people are talking about online, the way that they're using generative AI, tools like ChatGPT. And my daughter's in her second year at uni. She recently broke up with her boyfriend. Yes. But she's been turning to ChatGPT as a kind of counselor. I'm not sure how I feel about that so much. But anyway, it turns out she's not alone. You probably can't read this from the back. But the top use of generative AI in 2025 is therapy companionship. So people are using these tools as friends. You've got tools like Replica, Character.ai, as well as the general purpose models. People are kind of bouncing their mad life stuff off these tools. And they are demonstrating ever-growing levels of empathy. There's a benchmark for how these tools perform, the EQ bench. And you can see, some of these are achieve big numbers, whatever the hell they mean. But there's basically, increasing levels of connection, affect between humans and these models. And if you've used, who uses the ChatGPT advanced voice mode? Right, okay. You really should play around with it. It's incredible. It's human level conversation. You can interrupt it. I've got an example of another voice agent in a minute. I don't know if we've got audio on here. It might not work. But there's so many tools now for building highly empathetic environments for people to interact with computers. So 11 Labs is another great one. Voice cloning, you can upload sometime, your own voice, 30 seconds. It'll generate it in English and various other languages. It sounds eerily like you. But my favorite thing, they've got this license agreement with the estates of a bunch of famous voices, people who've died. And it's particularly good. There's about half a dozen great voices in there. Laurence Olivier, I get Laurence Olivier to read the news to me, so you can basically embed links, you can upload PDFs, it just dramatizes, in a world where there's not much happening, you want a bit of drama in your news, so having Dear Larry narrate it to you is a bit of fun. But so there's a load of these things that are being used for voice models to be able to develop much more intuitive human level interactions with these kind of tools. This is a great one. It's called Sesame. You can go around and play with this. It's an open demo. Let me see if this works. I did record one, but it might not. Have we got audio?
Well, hello there.
Okay.
Looks like the party's just getting started. I'm Miles. Good to meet you. What's got you calling today?
Hey, I'm wondering, what is it that you do? Like, what's your job?
That's a great question. See, I don't exactly punch a clock or wear a uniform, kind of like friend who listens, hangs out, and throws in a thought or two when things get interesting. Think of me as a companion.
Use you for useful things. Like, I do market research. I could kind of use someone like you to do some interviews for me. Do you think you could do that?
That's a tricky one. I'm always up for a good conversation, and I've absorbed a lot of...
This goes on. It gets a bit boring. But basically, it's you can interrupt these models mid-flow. They'll adapt. They'll respond. They don't get offended. They can feign being offended. But the level of sort of, seeming like they have human-level interaction is amazing. Now, I don't know if this is going to work in this room or for the people who are online, but if you haven't used the ChatGPT Advanced Voice, you've probably not used the voice with video. Has anybody used the voice with video feature? Like, you really should. It's immense. Right, okay. So I'm just going to try this, and I'll see. I don't know if it's going to be loud enough for anybody to hear. This is the advanced voice mode. If I put the camera on, I can say, hey, I know you can hear me, right? Can you have a look at what I'm showing you and give me some idea, what do you think is going on in this environment?
Sure, it looks like you're in a conference or seminar room with an audience seated in rows. There's a large screen at the front displaying the ChatGPT logo. It seems like you're demonstrating or presenting something related to AI or voice interactions. The audience looks attentive.
Good.
So it seems...
All right, stop. Okay, let's have it. Do you think, tell me what sort of facial expression I'm having.
You look confident and focused.
There you go, that's amazing. All right, so look, so there's, I don't know if you could hear at the back. I've trained it to like make me feel better. Actually, that is I don't know if that is the model that's excessively flattering, but like, you think about the applications in research, you know, so obviously people do mobile diaries, they do all sorts of things, but you start to bring all this stuff together and you've got these multimodal models that can talk, they can demonstrate aspects of empathy, they can also see video and images. You can, you know, think about in-home product testing, think about capturing ethnographic feedback from people on the fly. You know, there's all sorts of different applications and data that opens up. So, the idea behind this one, it relates very closely to the second theme that I want to talk about there. But affective computing, so you know, building that kind of emotional connection between humans and machines, it's really coming on. So you know, the voice is one component of it. You've seen a lot of the way in which. So what I wanted to show was the ability for the models to interpret facial expressions. We've had loads of these things with you know, facial coding for ad testing and that type of thing. As those models become much more effective, we're going to see much richer insights coming back. So at the moment, it's largely text-based out of these models. You have a conversation, it's language-based. Huge amount of learning and insight comes from non-language-based stuff. It's observations, it's the non-verbal cues, it's did somebody delay, did they look up, what are they doing as they're gesturing, you know, that type of thing. That's going to be built into these models pretty effectively. The levels of emotional intelligence go up the more you get those different multimodal inputs kind of streaming, being able to, you know, to look as well as to, hang on, I want to go backwards. And, you know, humans, our predisposition is we anthropomorphize tech. You know, we see a mini and we think it looks like a friendly face. You know, there's all these sort of things that we do to technology generally that we want it to be, you know, we want to imbue it with human characteristics. So this kind of empathy thing cuts both ways. You know, we feel the machines are understanding us. We see in them, you know, reflected back our own humanity. So getting this sort of qualitative data, these new types of data, I have a little bit of a beef with this like qualit scale thing because I'm not really sure whether I like the language, but I think it's a lot of what we're getting is new formats of quant data. So if you can get lots of unstructured data, if you can get lots of these signals, but at scale, suddenly you can get, you know, thousands of data points rather than just one or two from a depth interview. What we've got is new types of quant data to connect with surveys using this kind of empathetic environment that's really going to change the type of data we're working with. Okay, so number two, more interaction for less effort. And there's a lot of overlap between this one and the one that I just talked about. I mentioned there's a directory on the website that I run. I started it was about 6-7 years ago. There was a couple of hundred tools, you know, some surveys, some qual stuff. There's nearly 2,000 software tools in the directory now. We put a landscape out of AI tools for research that was out of date within about 24 hours. But this is the segment that was about the kind of AI-moderated interviews, so chatbot, conversational surveys, those types of things. There's like 40 or 50 of these tools now. Every time you go to a new conference, there's a new bunch of these tools. It's a capability that's being built into general survey platforms as well. But the default model at the moment, Bolt Chat, great example. It's text-to-text interaction. So you'll ask an open question, and you'll get an open feedback. You'll then have a model that can respond to what's in the text. It answers asks a more sensible follow-up question. It's kind of adaptive. You can see why I call it qual at scale, because you can do 1,000 of these things. It's more adaptive. It's less structured than a traditional survey. This is kind of one angle. The guys at Inca are basically taking existing survey paradigms, but then adding more qualitative capabilities on top with things like conversational AI, projective techniques, things that kind of blur that boundary a little bit more. Where it's going is into much more natural interactions. So another example where the bot will ask the question, can either be text on screen or it can be audio. The participant will respond with an audio clip, and then it gets transcribed instantly, it gets analyzed, and then the bot responds either with text or audio. So we're starting to see this transition from a kind of, box to nothing interface through surveys. Sorry, people, that's not survey research. But then we're getting into this adaptive, free-form text, more adaptive response. Then we're getting into different modes of interaction for voice. And on the cusp of avatar-led video interactions for capturing data. Now, there's an example here there's a Danish company called GetY, which has a proof of concept of a kind of real-time avatar that's taking all of that stuff and putting it through a video model. It's a bit shit right now, I've got to be honest. You can try it. But, we said that when the Midjourney was generating images of people with 6 fingers all the time, and it's like, look how quickly we've now got incredible image generators. So, 6 months, 12 months, 18, who knows? We're probably going to see credible, lifelike avatar interviews, for research built on top of these, these types of models. So it's a bit of watch that space. The other end of the research process is also getting very different interaction models. So we look at something like Verve's intelligent personas. This is about basically hoovering up all of your segmentation data, your survey outputs, the stuff that you've got with your internal knowledge, and generating an interactive persona that you can then ask questions of. So rather than having a 500-page segmentation deck, you've got a chat interface where you go, tell me what you were, do you like this product? Are you going to eat for breakfast next week? Those types of things. So another great example, AI bots. Again, building these out for clients to interact at with deliverables. And if does anybody know Ray Pointer? People know Ray? Yeah, quite a few. Okay, so if you can't get enough of Ray, you can now interact with a virtual Ray. So he's created a GPT, which is, he's trained on a bunch of stuff that he's written. Again, it's a proof of concept. But you can ask questions and get back stuff based on all of that context that's been uploaded based on his thing. So if you're an agency, if you're you're a team where maybe you have an expert in your team who is run ragged because they are the brand strategy person, you can basically clone them through a custom GPT and make them available to a lot more clients and stretch your capabilities in different ways. So the front end, the interaction modes for capturing data, I think are in flux quite a lot. There's a danger with this stuff. You saw all those companies doing this qual at scale stuff with kind of like baby out with the bathwater, surveys are dead, who needs them? We're just going to have this open interaction thing. It doesn't work like that. The reality is there's going to be a lot of enhancement of that existing structured framework for surveys because we need it, but with much more of these kind of interactive components. So, much more fluid interfaces for participants. That kind of qual-quant thing is being, eroded at the edges a lot. It's quite hard to say what's what these days. Generating much more engaging outputs that clients can interact with. Ideally, they're asking questions of their persona rather than kind of getting on the phone or badgering the agency all the time. So there should be some efficiency and some actual upside benefit there. These tools are all becoming a lot easier for generalists to use. You know, the times when you needed a bunch of developers to go and create these things are over. It's, you know, you can just easily lift and drop them and work with them as somebody who's a general purpose researcher. You don't need to have that level of expertise to get these things up and running. Okay, I'm just going to drink of water, sorry. Okay, so the next thing is about autonomy, which is kind of weird because a lot of this stuff is autonomous, but who's used any of the deep research tools? Yeah, okay. What do you think? Like, good, impressive, okay. So I briefed it to basically say, could it tell me what I should talk about to this audience? You know, I'm delivering a presentation to a highly demanding audience of survey researchers. You know, can you write me a comprehensive report on trends and developments in AI for market research? Focus on survey use cases, include examples, try and make me look good. And it comes back and clarifies, asks some questions. You know, there's a bit of iteration here. This is the mode for the ChatGPT 03 model. Slightly different if you use Perplexity or Gemini, the way they go about it. But clarifying questions, can you be specific? And honestly, like, it generates really impressive output. You know, if you think that if you think what you're getting out of these models is hallucinatory nonsense, it's not anymore. It's at a step change with some of these reasoning models. The deep research tools are quite powerful, and they're well sourced, they're well structured. They're a really good starting point for investigating new categories and things. So we ran an online event the last couple of days on Insight platforms. All those sessions are free to watch online if you want. This is a really good one. So Dan Young, who's an expert in insight synthesis and desk research, he put a project that he'd done. He already knew all this stuff because it was about pensions, communication, or something else equally snoozeworthy. And he put the brief into these 3 deep research tools and compared and contrasted. And, you know, very impressive levels of output differing. You know, some of them are just a bit, you know, they go on a bit long, or, you know, some of the sources, they tend to flatten some of the outputs. But it's worth a watch just to get a sense of it. So the idea that you can automate an entire category analysis or market analysis or desk research process in the space of half an hour that it takes to run these things is kind of mind-blowing. But that framework is extending into new areas as well. I mean, Zappi has a similar sort of agent-led process, agent-based process for this kind of innovation framework. This is a company in the US called Verve. Their approach is they're continuously gathering survey feedback from participants representing different categories and demographics. The way they do it is video-based, so it's all natural video-based. So they've got a lot of richness there. And then they're building synthetic models, personas, as part of this kind of agent workflow. So you have the consumer represented in one agent for a particular category. Then you have the idea generator. Then you have the designer who's going to work up the concept. Then you have the CMO who's going to critique them. You've got all of these different agents together in order to generate an autonomous pipeline of idea creation for new concepts, even new communications campaigns, that type of thing. Similar sort of models. This is Fuel Cycle, which is a communities and panels business in the US, just launched this thing. They call it Autonomous Insights. They trained this agent model on a lot of historical panel data that they've got. So if you've got continuous data that's running through insight communities and things, the ability to then go and build quite compelling synthetic data sets on top is improving all the time. This one actually brings it to life. Again, there's a demo or a webinar on the Insight Platforms website you can go and watch that brings this to life. But it's kind of an end-to-end process for running projects, and they've been working directly with a few client brands, with I think Virgin O2. So you brief in a conversational way, say, I want to find out whatever my objectives are from whatever target group. it'll then come back and say, okay, let's refine that. What are your analysis objectives? What do you want to get out of the report at the end? Then let's refine the target sample. Then it'll go out through API calls to the panel providers and say, okay, we've got your target sample. This is the cost. Do you approve it or not? And then it'll go, okay, now we're going to draft the survey. Do you agree or not? You can tweak it. Then it'll go and conduct the surveys with a conversational thing. Then it'll report and it'll analyze. And so it's a kind of like full end-to-end automation with these kind of like little agent models all the way through. That stuff, and I can't emphasize this, and to be honest, it's been illustrated here really well already. It sounds like when you describe a process like this and the kind of brands they're working with, it's like, okay, that's out of reach for most small agencies or independent researchers. It's really, really not. There's a bunch of tools. I mean, this is just one that's specifically focusing on helping agencies build, agentic tools. You can do so much with things like, Zapier and the foundation models, connecting those things together with Make, with N8N. These things are all really, really accessible, and they're very low cost, So to build something that you can actually, power independent researchers or agencies, the cost is just falling like more than exponentially. This is the unit cost of the per token costs from when OpenAI originally launched GPT-3 to today, and it's plummeted a ridiculous. I mean, it's basically a factor of 1,000-fold decrease. The reductions in cost per token processed are just ridiculous. And what this means is we've got an exponential, kind of fall in cost and accessibility for everyone. So tools are easy to use. The cost of doing it is falling all the time. So you can start to get to much more autonomous ways of working, whatever the size of your business. Right, so deep research tools, great for secondary stuff. These agentic workflows, great for kind of primary research workflows. It's not just for the big teams and agencies. It's also accessible to everybody else. That's the point there. Right, integration. All right, Zappy again, right. So here we go with this is one of the sort of shifts. What's on here? Integration, yeah. So one of the big shifts in the way that some of the tech-led research businesses are moving is into something more like data as a service. So if you look at how Zappy is working with big partner clients like PepsiCo or Pernod Ricard, it's no longer a question of a bunch of discrete concept tests or ad tests or whatever it is. These are not projects. These are components of a data stream that's building a data asset in the client organization. So the customer is building more and more data assets they can then combine with other things to build predictive models, to understand how things go. Similar with the work that that Delineate's doing with sort of brand tracking, ad effectiveness into big corporates like Coke, who have their own data lakes, who want to bring that in as one signal alongside a bunch of other data signals to be able to, to get much more effective at modeling and predicting where they're going. This is a German outfit, which is sort of AI predictive attention and various other models for things like packaging design. Again, they've got to deal with, P&G. They've got a data pipeline that's going into P&G, continuous data to optimize packagings feeding into their marketing mix modeling solutions. So you've got these things that are more like continuous data assets rather than providing, individual project output. This is Market Logic, which is a knowledge management platform. Their Deep Sites thing is like a kind of ChatGPT for insights, but it's deeply integrated into internal data, all of these other systems that people use to get their work done, like Slack or Teams or whatever. So it becomes, insights is becoming this kind of pipeline of data and knowledge into organizations. So this idea that it's kind of much better integrated is really taking hold. Some of these leading edge insights teams who really get it. This industry is often mischaracterized as being, a little bit kind of slow and backward and kind of obsessed with quantum and things like that. There's a divide, there are some teams that are very much like that, and I've worked with them, but there's some teams that are very advanced in their concept, how they're conceptualizing what you can do with insights data. So, teams like PepsiCo, Coke, a lot of it is about bringing some types of tech and capability in-house, getting the right vendor partners, getting the right data continuously, and integrating all of that stuff with other tools. So, you know, you're piping data into other systems that you can use to visualize, to model, but also other types of data to, you know, to be more effective. Right. This last bit is slightly different. It's almost the kind of, what is this consequences of this stuff? Because all of this stuff on the tech side of things has an impact on all of us as people who work in the industry. So what does that mean for the kind of jobs we might be doing? If we have research skills and experience, are we going to be doing the same things that we've been doing? Or are there adjacent areas where research skills can start to bring a lot of value? There's a longer version of this actually online if you want to see more of the context around it. But there's sort of 5 roles or skill sets that I think are going to grow in appeal for people with research skills, but also in the kind of value that they can add. First is around product management. So if you keep an eye on the industry news, the number of agencies that are launching tech products now, their own, productizing their own expertise and knowledge and putting it out there. There's so many of today's research tech businesses actually have their roots in in kind of professional services and agencies and things. I know there's sort of half a dozen around the room already. AI is sort of turbocharging agencies' ability to do that. I mean, we've seen the stuff with the vibe coding with like Python and Excel. It's so much easier to kind of build product these days. Agency business models are transforming, but the product management role in all of that is really key. If you go and get somebody who's worked in SaaS and in Salesforce and you bring them in, they don't really understand the nuance of this world. People with research skills can acquire, can train, can learn product management skills in this space, and they'll have a huge amount of value to add. So what does a product manager do? It's like a kind of mini CEO of the product. You have to understand the user. You have to understand enough about the technology side of things, but you're not a developer. You need to be able to manage projects effectively and help support things like product marketing when it actually comes to market. Researchers have a lot of the basic capabilities to take that leap into product management. This next one's not a real job. I've just made it up, but it's the sort of skill sets that is going to be needed in-house insights and research teams especially. You've got, really what you've got is people who've been more used to managing stakeholder demands and external vendor requirements. There's been this push over the last 5 or 10 years to go, let's in-source using tech. They're spectacularly incapable of doing that in most organizations unless they have wholesale kind of turnover of the team. So this is going to be a big change for a lot of companies in bringing in different types of skills. But AI is really going to drive change and disruption for insights teams. This thing about moving from project management into this continuous streams of data, that has huge implications for, how do you manage that process? What skills do you need? How do you connect research insights with analytics? And it's the kind of things like you need to understand how technology works. You don't need to be, a programmer, but you have to understand the implications of gluing stuff together. How do you find and select the right vendors? How do you choose a tech firm? You've been used to choosing agencies. What's the organization's data strategy? How do you make sure that ethics and compliance and privacy are all taken care of? These are big changes when you think about the types of people in corporate insights roles today. This is a role that I think, even though we're seeing a lot of creativity coming out of the models, I think for the foreseeable future, there's going to be a big role for this translating what AI is delivering into stuff that an organization can do, whether that's into product innovation or communications planning or whatever it is. So there's a really good, does anybody know One Strategy Studio? This is Jonathan Williams' latest business. Right, okay. It's a really great example of a business that is genuinely AI native rather than using AI to make a faster horse. They've gone and built 5 specific models that are for different parts of, kind of front-end corporate insight and innovation process, I guess you'd say. So it's the kind of thing where you look at white space, what's our innovation territory, what are our platforms for going and launching new products. Kind of thing that normally takes 6 months, $500,000 of ethnography and core research and planning. They've built this into AI models that deliver that within a few hours, trained on public data and client data. And then on top of it, they've put really smart, experienced insight and innovation people who work brand side, who worked agency side. So what you've got is none of that, you know, the kind of the stuff that needs lots of people to make things happen in a traditional agency. That's all been handed off to AI. And then you've just got the senior consultants who are iterating with the client. So AI is doing a lot of this. Think about that deep research example that I showed. It's getting better and better all the time. You put experts on top of that AI that's synthesizing the data. And then you still need these things, these people who are going to understand what's the context of the business, where you're trying to go, how do I influence a C-suite you know, blocker. All of those kind of things are going to be part of this creative strategist role. So, you know, this is going to push insights much, much closer, much less about execution of the process, much more about delivery and impact. How do you use insights to change things? I hope I'm not going too meta with this stuff at the end, but it's you know, the implications of the tech changes are quite big. Right, so the coach. So AI is driving changes in the operating model, particularly in-house teams, but for agencies as well. In the UX research and product research space, they have this concept of like people who do research. So it's not just expert researchers, it's designers, it's product managers, even sometimes it's developers might be doing a bit of their own you know, usability testing, that kind of thing. It's growing like crazy where people who are not researchers in marketing teams, innovation teams, are doing bits of research themselves. So you've got more people who are frankly going to fuck it up, who are going to get it wrong, and they need coaching, they need guidance, they need people who do know how to add up, how to read numbers, how to interpret data, to coach them to make sure they're not making, you know, mistakes. So this kind of coach role is all about expanding best practice as things become more automated and AI takes a bigger share of the doing load. You still need people who are going to be able to interpret and run things effectively. So that coaching thing is going to be a big part of where researchers are going to go. And the last one is people who can actually communicate effectively from all of this data. You think about just how easy is it now to generate tons and tons of data from research projects, automated deep research things. There's going to be this like apocalypse of content in research and insights. It's how do you work out what's true and what's not? How do you know where to focus? That's going to be a bigger part of the skill set that's needed for people with research and analytics skills. So this kind of communication thing, being able to find a meaningful narrative, being able to kind of sort the wheat from the chaff in all the data, that's going to be a really, you know, increasingly important part of the role. So it's going to be skills like understanding behavioral science, understanding how to use media tools to communicate to different audiences effectively. How do you synthesize and, you know, pick the right kind of data points that meet the commercial objectives that you've got. So that was it. So the first four are kind of more tech-focused things. The fifth one is more about the implications, but that I think is what I've got. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. I have a question. It's kind of around the tech landscape of it all. Earlier we talked a lot about tools that are available that are outside the market research world. I go back to survey software platforms and data processing platforms where there were quite a lot and they kind of consolidated into a smaller number. It looks like we've got a plethora of tech that's coming up. What do you think is going to happen to well, firstly, how do you know which one to choose? And secondly, would you think they'll all survive?
They won't all survive, but they're not dying at as fast a rate as I would have thought, which is a weird, I don't know why, maybe software markets are a bit different, but it's really odd that an industry, even though it sounds like a big number, whatever the SMR number is for the global research and insights thing, they've basically just grabbed a bunch of analytics data in numbers and said that's ours as well. Like actual primary research shouldn't be big enough to support, you know, a couple of thousand tools like that. I mean, there's about 150 survey software tools, and I guess my hypothesis, and I don't know if this is really borne out by the fact, but is that actually once you've got enough of a customer base and enough as a software business. It doesn't have to be that great because your overheads are pretty low once you've built the product. Maintaining it, you don't need an enormous amount of ongoing, unless you kind of really want to shoot for the stars. You can keep things going with a dozen users for whom the pain of change is so great because they're so overwhelmed by alternatives. That actually, you can still keep these sort of semi-viable, not quite zombie, but businesses that are playing a role. So, the fact that there are hundreds of software survey tools out there, it defies a bit of logic, but I think maybe that's to do with the cost profile of technology businesses.
Okay, I'd offer it to the floor for a question or two. Gary.
I found the example with your phone and the video interesting. I've switched glasses. I'm now wearing the Meta glasses, which can do the same thing.
Okay.
The thing about that, though, is, and I think it highlights one of the key issues, is who owns the data. Because every image that's taken on these or video is Meta's. And obviously Meta is Facebook. So Meta will know if you've got a Facebook profile that you were here at this time. There have been 2 million units of these sold in less than 2 years. Do you think there'll be a backlash once that strikes me as there being a potential for problems to arise in terms of people's privacy, which aren't surfacing that much now. Do you see that as a risk?
I mean, sort of emotionally, and as someone who grew up in the 80s reading paranoid spy thrillers, yes, I see it as a massive risk, and it makes me quite anxious about where we've come. But I was saying the other day, 20 years ago, I was working with Vodafone on a concept for a Disney tie-up that involved tracking where your kids were. It was basically a kid's phone. It was a family phone thing. And at the time, it was like, oh my God, that's just dystopian horror show. And it's, yeah, well, how much sort of default location sharing is there between parents and kids on Snapchat? It's become socially normalized to such an extent. And I think the sort of horrific totalitarian potential of all of this data, the personal data being captured, just freaks me out. But whether or not is it really going to cause a massive backlash commercially, operationally, I'm not really convinced that it is. I think people's utility from all this stuff is eclipsing their anxieties about what they're giving up. I mean, we've seen that with online advertising. It's like they'll go, oh yeah, they know everything about me. Oh, they're probably listening to me, but I'm still going to keep using the product.
So I must admit I agree, because Google will release their version this year. Their original version was ahead of its time, and because of privacy issues, just was panned. And but I will guarantee that the version they release at the end of this year will sell a lot of units.
Yeah, are they good?
They're fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, mostly because I think this is a lesson for anybody who's producing any product. Is they didn't put too big a battery in them, so they still look like glasses.
Yeah.
They didn't put too big of a camera in, so they still look like glasses. They look more like Ray-Bans than they do like anything else, like tech. And that's a lesson for all of us in terms of how to do product design. Don't try and put too much in, because you'll compromise the core function. When they're not, when the battery runs out, they're still my glasses. They've still got my prescription in.
This is what Scott Galloway was saying. I don't know if you've heard him talk about like the Apple Vision thing or anything. He says just nobody's going to put that shit on their face. You have to have something that looks cool. That's going to, because that's what we're about the way we present. So yeah.
Okay, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. It was a great presentation. It was a real eye-opener, as always. One thing we don't want less of in this sector through this transitional period is credibility. There's a lot of conversation going on around data quality, global data quality pledge at conferences. I'm really glad to hear there's a lot of conversation around that. Are you seeing a rise in data quality checking tech as we stream survey data with social data, with every other kind of data?
I've seen a few interesting angles on trying to help improve the level of data quality, but a lot of it is like after the horse has bolted. So can we kick people out of surveys, once we've established they're not, they're no good, can we post-check the data to, get rid of 3/4 of the stuff that was collected through, panel surveys and so on. So there's a few neat solutions around that are using some of this tech. So there's one of these conversational AI tools that has a, quite a sophisticated suite of, checks for that. But is it real? I don't know. The incentives are just too compelling for the, for the panel companies just to keep pushing stuff through for it to be really making a big difference, I think, depressingly. Oh.
Okay, we're going to call it a day then. Ask more of Mike at the coffee break, but thank you very, very much. Right. Okay, so we just have one more presentation before our final break of the day, which will be from Andy Woods, who I think's got an absolutely amazing job title. He's Senior Lecturer in Creative Technologies at Royal Holloway, University of London. He leads the interdisciplinary inclusive research that combines UX testing and insights with cutting-edge technological solutions. Drawing on his background of PhD in multi-sensory perception and software development, he designs and conducts bespoke research initiatives across academia, industry, and the startup ecosystem. His presentation will explore an innovative approach to surveys by leveraging WhatsApp to conduct research. I think I just got that. So you got your mic'd up and you're ready to go. So over to you, Mike.
I just threw the controller. Lovely to meet you all. This is my first time at this conference, and you're very welcoming. This is a lovely, lovely, lovely place. So thank you for being so welcoming. My name's Andy Woods. I'm going to be talking about WhatsApp. The talk will go, I'll talk a little bit about me, and then I'll go through this tool we've been making. But I want to weave in what we've been talking about in the preceding talks. It's really relevant. So I want to be talking about how I use AI a lot in the development of all this software. And after that, I'd love to show you a live demo if there's time. So I'm going to plow ahead and hope we can get through to a live demo. So have I broken this when I threw it? No, I haven't. So I work in a university just west of London called Royal Holloway. And my boss won a huge grant, I think it was 75 million odd, to create a national lab for the creative industry. And this is research in all aspects of the creative industry and how to boost this in the UK. I'm a psychologist and I spent a number of years coding. I've got a slide on this. And my role within this infrastructure is both exploring the users and how they experience immersive and creative experiences. But it's also as well to explore it from an inclusive point of view as well. So I create software to explore the users. This is kind of my timeline. I'm very, very happy that I could spend time learning the code. And I just feel this is what is fundamentally me these days is coding. And I utterly love it. And I spend a lot of time using ChatGPT. We spent £20 for the subscription, and it wasn't enough. I was running out of credits for the is it the 03 or 03 model? So last month we forked out for the £200 one, and I'm not. Well, we'll just see if we continue with that because it is rather expensive. So this project I'm going to be talking about is using WhatsApp to survey lots of people at the same time through their phones, and we're using this in this scenario for the purpose of inclusivity. So we're calling it live qual, and there are other packages out there that do the same sort of thing. But what sets ours out differently is that ours is open source, and you'll hear more about our journey as well. Our focus is on inclusivity. So the plan we've been following is to recruit people who are, say, low vision or who have ADHD like myself. And we send them to a live gig in this scenario, and up until the point they reach the live gig, maybe we'll be sending them WhatsApp questions for them to answer. For example, did you have any difficulty finding this location? Were there issues of inclusivity when you arrived at the event? And then afterwards as well, we asked them questions about the experience. WhatsApp's pretty good because it works really well with assistive technologies, screen readers, for example, and all this infrastructure that already exists for people who have low vision, say, or who have other issues. It links with AI assistants, which is great. They're always introducing new features, for example, transcripts of voice messages. It's not so great in terms of the web. If you're using the web version of WhatsApp, the login procedure of using a QR code is not brilliant if you have low vision, really. So we can, through this tool, we can send people questions at pre-specified times or whenever we want, and people can reply back to us. They reply back to us through text, but also through whatever multimedia they want, be it video, be it speech, be it even a geographic location. And we're zooming through this talk, which is great, so we can get to do the live demo in a bit. But here we have an example of some of the multimedia that people are replying back with. So we have geographic location here. If you've ever used WhatsApp, you know there's a share location feature. It's kind of buried in there. You click on the attach button and people can share their geographic location. And our tool can show us where they are when they took this, when they shared this information. This is I can't really show you data of running studies at the moment, but here's myself and a mate down the pub, and we got a video. We can also collect multiple choice question data and plot this live, aggregated in an aggregated fashion. So this is putting my psychology hat on. We're first of all using something called the experience sampling technique, and this is where you just ask questions whilst people are taking part in the experience. We are then doing an interview with the individuals and showing them the multimedia they've provided to us, and we ask them to flesh out their thoughts when they shared that multimedia. And these are actually quite competing methodologies, but we're combining them in an unusual way through this project here. I'm an absolute geek, and I'm sure there are a couple of like-minded individuals in the audience. So this is great fun. So we're hosting the app. There'll be some cost information later on. We're hosting the app in a European server provider called Hetzner, and it costs about €5 a month. And it's really simple. It's a Python-based app. We had Fast API I mentioned earlier, someone in the previous talk, but this is a Django-based app, which is a technology I'm very, very keen on. We hold data in a Postgres database, and we store images and what have you on the server itself in Europe, not in America. We communicate to WhatsApp through Twilio. It just makes everything easier. It sits on top of the WhatsApp for Business, I think they call it. And it just makes it easier, and you don't have to faff around with some of Facebook's painful procedures to do anything. And we're using something called HTMX, which is massively geeky, and it's really popular though in the web dev world because it just simplifies web dev to a ridiculous extent. And I must say that I made this app within. I spend 50% of my time on this sort of project, and it perhaps took a couple of weeks to make. And this was via ChatGPT. It would have taken me a good month to do this before. So anyway, this really simple series, this simple collection of technologies, WebStack, was made really quickly thanks to our friend ChatGPT in this case. And I've actually started using a new one on the block from the JetBrains platform, and it's called Junie. It's been out for about a week now, or 2 weeks, and it is really powerful. So you're in your IDE, your programming integrated development environment or something like that. You open up a side window and you say, can you please create for me a web page using this project? And can you, I don't know, can you let the user, can I give the user a URL and they go in and they enter their mobile phone number, and then once they've done that, can you send them a WhatsApp with the existing technology to link them all up within my system? And within maybe a couple of minutes, or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, this will go ahead, manipulate my files and provide sometimes a working solution to the problem. And if not a working solution, it provides a solution which I can iterate on to develop to fine-tune and get to work. Anyway, do check out Junie if you like the JetBrains environment. Junie. Yeah, it's brand new. It's an alternative to Cursor, and JetBrains are an interesting company. They're European, and they seem to be a good company as opposed to some of the big boys who I'm less keen on. Okay, so I mentioned that I pay €5 a month. That should be euros a month for the server. I don't want to faff around setting up my server, so I spend $10 a month on something which does it all for me. It's got Docker under the hood, but it means that on this $5 server, I've got 4 or 5 different apps. So, you know, it's not $5, it's actually, 50 cents that I'm paying for the hosting of this. And we also pay $5 a month for WhatsApp for business, and that's through Twilio. And that's renting the mobile number is the major expense, and that's €2 or €3. But we'll break it down in the next few slides. So there's some weird stuff going on with Facebook. They insist, you can try this out, there's a URL here, but we'll do it in the live demo. They insist that the very first interaction you have with someone costs about 5 cents. But this actually works for us because it's kind of like an ethical permission seeking, so that we ask the person, have you agreed to our ethical procedure? And when they click yes, then we can go ahead and interact with them properly. And then after that, for the entire day, you're paying a piffling amount of money to communicate with this person. And it scales, so there's some limits on the number of day-long conversations you can have with people, ranging from 250 up to 100K. And once you get up to 10K, you have to chat with Facebook to get the permission to do so. I mean, when you're just sending 5 people with low vision to an experience for a day, you're talking about fees which are less than 50 cents US dollars. But when you scale this up to say 10,000 people at a really big event, and maybe you're focusing here on other things besides inclusivity, maybe you're interested on assessing enjoyment at various times during the show, then things are still cheap, but they most certainly get more expensive. And you could be sneaky here, you see. So we're using WhatsApp for business, but you can actually use a bog standard phone's WhatsApp if you know what you're doing. So you could pretend, if you're sneaky enough, you might be able to use a SIM card which you've just linked to WhatsApp. But we're doing this utterly officially anyway because we're sponsored by the government. It's a real shame. I can't really show you this data, but we sent some people who had low vision to an experience called Darkfield, and they took part in an experience. I'll just give you some context, what went on here. So a day or two before the experience, we chatted with them online. On the day itself, we started sending them questions. We didn't send them questions during the experience itself, we just didn't want to annoy them during that time. And then afterwards, we sent them questions, and then a day later, we did this reconstruction method interview with people. And because we're part of university, we need to get ethics for everything. So there we go. This is another thing that we did. So as part of my job, I'm involved in the creation of just weird and wacky stuff. And we got a, sorry, I'm distorting my voice when I put my hands up here. But we had a live Dungeons and Dragons session in front of what's called a VP stage, which is a massive, massive screen, maybe twice the size of this wall here. And we projected up onto that screen generated imagery from the live Dungeons and Dragons as it was going along. But we used this tool anyway to get people's roll-in views about what was going on. So, for example, something boring like, are you enjoying this experience, or are you finding this style of imagery, are you finding it a good way of portraying what's going on in the live D&D session? So anyway, pros of using WhatsApp. You don't need to make bespoke apps for data collection, low barriers for users, costs are low, cons, proprietary, owned by Facebook, and customization is hard. Now, I'm kind of hoping we got time for a live demo. 5 minutes, okay, let's try this. So if you want to scan this QR code here, this is probably too diddy to read, I'm afraid, sorry about that. You'll then be pinged on WhatsApp, and we can maybe, Andrew, would you mind alt-tabbing over to, so with the app that we've created on that €5 server, we created a really, can you click dark mode, please? That's seems to be a rolling theme, but we created this is what we see. So if you wouldn't mind clicking ASC demo. Oh, if you wouldn't mind clicking dark mode, actually, I just can't see anything in dark mode. Let's scroll down. So we got lots of people who have already managed to click the WhatsApp that they were sent and to say you're cool with being interacted with in the future. Would you mind scrolling down to the very bottom? And so for every single person who's agreed so far, would you mind clicking send to all, please? So you're going to be sent the question, who is your favourite Scooby-Doo character? And would you mind zooming? Could you go to, where's it gone now? Could you scroll to the very, very bottom? And just click on the live diary, combined diary, please. So the exciting things happen when you, if you could scroll down, then we'll see if you scroll down further, just to the very bottom, please. So here we go. So people are rather keen on Scooby-Doo, and we have Shaggy-Doo. But things get more exciting when you start using that mobile WhatsApp chat to send multimedia. So I hope people don't mind me taking a really, really quick video. Zoom. And then click and send. Do feel free to send whatever you want. You can send your geographic location if you want. Andrew, would you mind going to the very, 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 very top here? So you might have noticed that we have comments later on. So in the interview after, we would ask people, what were they thinking during this situation? We would maybe ask for their assistance in categorizing their message via a tagging feature. I don't know what's going on, Andrew, but would you mind clicking refresh, please? Yeah, it does. It's a bit annoying. There's something buggy going on. And
Let me share my geographic location. But this is a really simple app, and it's just so easy to do stuff via ChatGPT and so quick to do it. We've extended on this. So there's a concept called unplatforming, where you try to do things as light as possible, cheaply, doing more for less. And, oh, would you mind tabbing back into the... So if you go down to... Have I not mentioned... Maybe I've removed it. Doesn't matter. I must have removed it. It's unplatforming is when you rely on other hefty servers from third parties to do all the heavy lifting in your service that you're offering. So we're relying entirely on WhatsApp, and we've got a tiny little server doing our stuff. But another feature of this app was, and I created it the other day, was to take all these multimedia and pipe them into Miro. And ping, 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 ping. This live data appears in Miro with very little effort via ChatGPT. It's almost as if the limitation is coming up with the idea, because it's not that, programming-wise, it's now not hard to do this sort of thing. It's just coming up, and Andrew mentioned this. You had two words, creativity and curiosity. That's what it is now, thanks to this. And anyway, just to mention that I've made loads of apps in my past. This was a platform where these are just different apps I've made with different technologies. Not that interesting. Would you mind scrolling down to let's go down to the very bottom. One more up, please. So this is through an absolutely wonderful group of people who I am a tiny cog amongst all these really, really wonderful people. And I thank them for being so awesome and helping me do stuff. So thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Andy. You're doing my job. I ask if anyone's got any questions. I have a question of what's next for it.
So I wouldn't mind. I'm tempted to, for this inclusivity tool, to create a way for anybody to report issues of inclusivity or any experience they attend. Because I think it could be quite a powerful thing to allow people to communicate just to one mobile WhatsApp number, any issue they want. And because we've got geographic location, we can link up. I think that would be a very cool thing. But it's back to Andrew's two words, curiosity and the other one, it's whatever you can think of, really. And Miro, piping to Miro was a nice idea. We're taking away the burden. So we're almost taking away the need to have any database information at all on our $5 server. We can just pipe it straight into Miro. Brilliant. It's, stateless, as it were.
Hey, the floor, any questions? Yeah, Mike at the back.
Thanks, Andy. When you started, so before you built the tool, when you began, did you actually investigate the marketplace to see if there was anything that already did it?
Yeah, there are some, and I've learned some more today as well. This is a while back. I can't remember the outcome of that, but I do know of others that are using WhatsApp. We liked it because we could then go away and utterly customize it. Because we created this app ourselves, so it allowed us the ability to pipe in Miro or to inject some AI, and if we so wanted, and categorize what's in an image, or maybe do some automatic sentiment analysis on all the text that's provided to us. I mean, if you think about it, we could even pipe the data into Miro and pre-cluster relating concepts. It's the ability to use ChatGPT to create your own customized solution was just too appealing for us in this situation.
Excellent. Yep. Drone's go.
And a nice presentation. I know in research industry we don't have much good applications to conduct focus group surveys. So how far behind, or have you thought converting your app into something that we can easily conduct focus group questions, or conduct surveys easily?
So we got one-on-one conversations between the people. Each of you had a conversation between the server and your phone. So maybe you could easily extend it to having more than one person a part of that conversation. That would lend to it. I do recall there's research they did where they used WhatsApp across multiple countries to ask young adults to discuss different concepts. So I guess that's focus groupy. It's a curious one, really. I always imagine focus groups of physical products. It's what my partner does, you see. In which case you couldn't really do that unless you incorporated some weird virtual reality situation. Just your imagination, though, again, is the answer. So,
Okay, a final question from anyone? Oh.
Hi, Andy. I suppose, again, just a general kind of view, it's such a lightweight thing, and then you're using something that everyone's already got in their pocket. Like, it was quite astounding, really, that within a minute of showing a QR code, quite a few people in this room then had access to participate in your research. And if you think about some of the other solutions which are out there, you have to download the app from the Play Store, and then you have to commit to, and it's already done. It's already in your pocket. And it's such a fast way of working, and people go, I get WhatsApp, done. It's just I think it's a really clever idea. I mean, not everyone likes WhatsApp, but it is good for what it does.
Utterly. It's the barrier to entry is very, very minimal. And you're not limited to WhatsApp. There's Telegram. So it's all about, if you wrapped up WhatsApp, you could easily introduce another element to replace it with and interchange between them just via a bit of coding. So, Oh, I do reach out. So I work in academia. So utterly, I'd be so happy to talk about anything if there's any collaborations or anything. And I'd imagine this is going to be open sourced soon. I think it already is open source, I'm not too sure. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, excellent. So we've reached the last break. So this one's going to be shorter, 20 minutes before we get back here. And then we have one more presentation, followed by that interactive workshop. So go and grab some coffee. Thank you. Okay, just take a seat, please. Right, we're almost there, aren't we? It's the homeward leg. Before we start the next presentation, just to say that we had a few spare seats. We didn't quite sell out this conference. So if you enjoyed today, tell someone else and try to bring someone along next time. So we can even put more seats out. So that would be great. If you enjoyed it, tell someone. But let's go into the last session of the day. So the final presentation comes from Nick, Joe, and Iffy. It's all around trust. Trust is a vital component of brand reputation and health. However, there are few methods of measuring it accurately, quickly, and cost-effectively. So they will walk us through their approach that provides a quick, cost-effective alternative to conventional surveys. Nick is creative director of Hook Research. Joe is co-founder of Signify, and Iffy is research associate of Signify, Human Rights Watch Next Gen Ambassador. I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you. I'm going to be very quick because I work with Joe and Iffy in partnership. And when we got together, we often collaborate on projects, and when we got together to try and understand what it was that unifies all the brands in terms of what they look for, we felt that trust was the key component, and it has different forms of work that Joe and Iffy will take you through. But we felt that there aren't very good measures of trust just now. There are things like Interbrand and Edelman who cover it, but it's fairly superficial, fairly expensive. So in collaboration with the Signify team, we try to come up with an index that helps us understand, as you said, you've kind of stolen all of what I was going to say, in a quick and cost-effective way, how to measure it. So I'm going to hand over to Joe and Iffy to take you through.
Thanks, Nick. Can I have the clicker as well? Hi, I'm Joe, and Nick and I have been working together for 8 years, and you can date it really precisely because of this man. We set Signify up because he'd beaten Trump, because he'd been beaten Clinton, and we wanted to show that data science could be done in a different way from kind of Steve Bannon and the kind of the Cambridge Analyticas of this world, and his re-election has given me kind of a terrible professional and personal deja vu, but it also exactly marks kind of 8 years that we've been doing this, and I guess in that time, Signify has been dedicated to sort of trying to improve the discourse. That's gone terribly. Everything is getting worse, much, much faster than we thought, and the quality of information that people are navigating has also got worse. But we have become kind of experts in understanding disinformation, the impact of campaigns, the importance of influencers, and we work across brands and sports brands, media brands, and NGOs, trying to understand what people care about and trying to understand what the levers are on that. And the trust work that we're going to talk to you about today is kind of a different, and as Nick said, it's at the moment it's quite empirical. We're trying to be mathy about it, but it's a way of looking at what we've always been doing, which is pulling massive public data sets, running kind of semantic analysis over them, using the AI to quickly direct us to trends, coming themes, emergent influencers, and then briefing people on what they should do in order to improve their communications. That's what we've done all the time, but trust is a kind of interesting prism for it. And yeah, I guess we've worked with Nick all that time, but the other day he turned around to me in a social setting and said, everything's getting worse. Brands need to concentrate on the things that emotionally matter to their consumers, and trust is kind of where we landed on that because it's a very important context. So I guess this is the bit I'm imagining that this audience will want to dive into a bit at the end. Our researchers have come up with a currently unweighted formula. We are starting to use this with paid clients now, and I'll talk at the end if people are interested about how you add layers of machine learning rigor and stuff as you begin to do paid work. I will show you a couple of demonstrations at the end after Iffy set the context, but the primary way into this is through earned media coverage, social coverage, engagement with brands, and then a kind of crisis modifier. And the process is very similar to what we've always done. So you're pulling as much public data as you can. You want it to be from sustainable sources. You want all the brands to be operating with equivalence. So you don't want to pull loads of stuff that disadvantages a particular brand within your index. Then you're using NLCs to identify key topics. But we've also now customized that to think about, well, what's the sentiment towards the brands in terms of trust. And that is I've been on a real journey with that, because I used to be a salesman for IBM back in the day, and I would say, oh, machine learning models are getting better at understanding context and sentiment and sarcasm. And then one of my team pulled me aside and said, look, there'll never be a machine that will understand that, so just stop saying that. You're kind of overselling it. And then when I set up Signify, I would always say, well, sentiment doesn't really work. You know, you need human analysts to go in and verify things. But actually, some of the LLMs are getting quite good at kind of giving you a first steer on context and what people think about things. We're still operating in the UK, where 95% of discourse is sarcastic. And then analysts go in, they kind of look at, okay, well, what's the moment? Why is it driving trust? We then work with Nick to flesh that out and talk to whoever the target market is about, okay, well, what gives you the feels? What makes you... We have hypothesized from the data that you like long-form YouTube videos. That builds credibility. That you like an app that looks good, makes you think, well, this is a proper brand, not a plastic brand. And can we flesh that out? Can we talk more about it? Can we get some product ideas from you? And then we always work with the client to do a sort of interactive solution. So that is me for now. I'll be back with a couple of live data sets.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. So I'm Iffy. I'm a research associate at Signify. You might be wondering why trust is relevant to this conference, beyond the fact that obviously we're doing it with tech tools. I mean, if you read the placards, it says doing more with less. And traditionally, trust is a very lengthy process. It takes time to build, and especially when it comes to larger audiences, it's really hard to get people to trust you. But with this tool, we've managed to make it a lot more efficient and effective. Before we set out how we do it and why it matters, it's important to clarify some things. First of all, trust is not likability and popularity. So for example, I like low-cost airlines. I really do, because I mean, they're low cost and they're easy to book. But do I trust them necessarily? Not really. Same with interpersonal relationships. You trust someone because you've been through a lot with them, and they've proven themselves that they're a trustworthy person. But with brands, it's not really the same. Sometimes you trust a product because you've used it and you know it's going to deliver. But most of the times, trust is preemptive. You trust a product will deliver because you've heard that it's good, you've heard that it's trustworthy, and that's why you're going to buy it. And this is where we step in, because what we can do is that we can measure talkability, we can measure engagement online, and we can measure the reputation. And this is what helps make that preemptive trust stick. So, before we dive into how to build trust, it's important to understand a little bit more the context that we're operating. And at the moment, we have trust in traditional institutions, from the media to politics, everything you can think of, just eroding. And people are turning to social media, which is the expected thing to do. Nonetheless, there's just so much sheer volume of voices and different opinions and different actors saying different things that is really hard to build genuine trust. Some of the things that we are noticing in our work, but there's nonetheless many that we could think of, is that, first of all, algorithms shape online what we see. But usually they shape that based on very flawed assumptions. So the algorithms feed us what we think we're going to like based on some characteristics that the social media apps have captured. But it's not necessarily the case, and that can make it really hard to build genuine trust. The second thing, which we mostly focus on with Signify and Hook, is the fact that engagement is driven by controversy. So to build trust, you need to build engagement. You need to appear on someone's feed online, you need to be visible, and you need to make that trust stick. Nonetheless, when engagement is built with controversy, because controversy is something that makes people comment, like, share, then your social media feed goes completely different. For example, we had done a project on ULEZ, and we had seen that there were so many voices speaking against it, which is absolutely fine. But how it happened was really interesting, because we saw, for example, this account called Brown Car Guy, who was just generally discussing cars and taxis and Ubers in London. And nonetheless, when he started talking about ULEZ, which is a political and fairly controversial issue, he started gaining a lot more momentum. So then he did it again, and then he did it again. And obviously, this rise in views is not just that he becomes more popular and famous. Many times it's tied with a financial gain. So people are incentivized to be controversial. It's really hard to build trust when the environment is like that. And brands are not immune to this. Think of a Christmas ad. Probably the first one you think is a controversial one. So with that environment taken into account, also adding the fact that there's just so much Gen AI out there. Sometimes it's the late Pope Francis looking really cool in a puffer jacket. Sometimes it's actually something really misleading that has people second question if what they're seeing and what they're looking at is trustworthy, something they can believe in. It just becomes so hard to make that trust stick and to have brands promote products that build a relationship with their audience. Nonetheless, we're not here to fix algorithms. We're here to appreciate the fact that we all have the same tools. So how do we use those tools to make trust stick? So one thing we've noticed with Signify, and the most important thing, is that personality matters a lot. I'm sure you're not surprised by the fact that influencers is the new thing. But nonetheless, the reason why it's really important when it comes to trust is because those influencers have a very niche audience, specific demographic, people that would go back to them, they were going to listen to them, and it's not the same as being a celebrity. Because a celebrity is someone that is famous and you trust because of aspiration. But an influencer is someone that builds a community grassroots. So that's why people are going to sit down and listen to them. From a commercial point of view, it can be very good, especially if you find an influencer before they blow up and they can, you can pay a lot less and deliver a lot more when they become popular. But often at times when it comes to more societal or political issues, you have a serious problem when it comes to people like Andrew Tate that are influencing younger audiences perhaps to more bad and dangerous behaviors. So it's a give and take with those things. But what it is important to remember is that personality matters. Oh, sorry. And last but not least, which is something that we have developed an expertise in, is how you speak to your audience to make that credibility and trust come to life. So what we've noticed is that it's not just essential to know the demographics of your audience and target it in a very niche way. It's also important to know how to talk to them. And that can differ from demographic to demographic and generation to generation. So something that we did is that we can break down with our technology what kind of formats stand out, which differs from audience to audience. Sometimes we've noticed with Gen Z and younger audiences that they prefer longer formats, which is quite surprising because everyone's saying, oh, on TikTok, everyone has a short attention span, the younger generations are not paying attention, but we have identified quite the opposite. People are going to sit down and listen, they prefer watching longer videos, and also we've noticed that you can really easily identify what kind of topics resonate. And once you identify that and stick to that methodology, it's going to deliver at a much shorter time. So for example, we've worked with a charity that implemented some of our recommendations, and they saw an uptick in their engagement by 300%, if I'm not mistaken, which was quite impressive and made us feel very proud. This is all from me, but the next examples are going to come from Joe.
Thanks, Sophie. Thank you. So we're going to look at a couple of real data sets. I should get the caveats in first. This is increasingly not an experimental methodology. We're getting more set in the methods. But the two things that I'm able to share, because they're not for paying clients, we were still iterating, working out which LLMs we wanted to use, working out which are the sustainable data sources. But essentially, this is pulled from all of earned media coverage, all X coverage. We spend millions on our data environment because we are the market leader for preventing online abuse. If any of you have heard of Signify, it's probably in relation to protecting athletes from online abuse. We protect everyone at the Olympic Games, everybody that plays in the World Cup. We are famous for that work, and it enables us to access a massive amount of data from X and to have a kind of a good frenemy relationship with Meta. And all of that kind of access gives us sustainable data sources. But for this method, we did not use any metadata because X, Reddit, YouTube, and Blue Sky are the ones that are absolutely on a par for all companies, because you can pull data from their APIs in a consistent fashion. So when we say sustainable, it's not necessarily free, but it's consistently accessible to us. And we quickly ran this using LLMs to give us a first suggestion on sentiment for comments and validating that the kind of the trust sentiment was in the right direction. And then we took it to an association of insurers and to a couple of our financial services clients and said, what do you think of this? And they all said the same thing, which is we completely understand why Tesco is the bottom ranked after the last 12 months of kind of stories in the tabloids, particularly about non-payment of seemingly legitimate claims, but we don't understand why Zurich is top. And I think that's probably the most interesting part of it, because they'd be like, Direct Line, that feels right, very trusted brand, never on price comparison sites, do their own thing, but they are a very trusted brand. But why is Zurich top? And the answer came back from my analyst. The really skew point in the data was how many casual mentions there are in YouTube comments and on X, well, and particularly on Reddit, of people just saying, I use them, they're okay. So it's very mild, but a very broad base of people who are like, well, I use Zurich, you know, it's okay. And that profusion and kind of ubiquitous presence is a very important factor in the formula. Oh, I can't go back. There we go. So this is the second example, and this is even more challenging for the researchers. If you think about trust in insurers, that's quite measurable. We're now doing FMCG brands and retail banking and stuff like that. It's very measurable, got very clear signals. This is news media, where trust, as well as being expressed in behavior, is a live issue. And you get people talking back and forth. And some channels have their champions, and some channels have people who hate them in every single dimension. So it's extremely challenging, but the methodology for this is basically consistent. We use the same sources, and we looked at 6 months of discourse of 100% of their coverage. So it's like, what are people saying about everything that they're writing? And obviously, a lot of that news in that time. Well, the thing that we really notice is how profuse GB News is, because they tend to write 10 articles for every other article that people get out there. But The Guardian was also very profuse. Guardian was rated very highly. We're going to speak to The Guardian about this, but we have spoken to BBC News about this already. And they suffer because they have people who hate absolutely everything that they write, and that is expressed and comes out within the algorithm. But there are no brands that have as staunch defenders as GB News. However, if you post a GB News link into Reddit or to YouTube comments or to any kind of neutral space, you will immediately be swarmed by people saying you shouldn't even share that, I don't like it, I don't think it's accurate. So all brands are low in terms of trust in the news space. Everything below 50 is kind of in the low end of the index score. And the one piece of cheerful news from this, which we highlighted for the BBC and we will definitely highlight for The Guardian, is within the commentary. So for insurance brands, it's the casual mention that builds trust. For news brands, there's not much that builds trust, but their excellent reporting really helps. That's why ITV is up there, because although it's fictional, although it's a factional fact-based thing about you know, a real-world event. And although Private Eye broke the story about 17 years ago, the Mr. Bates thing is kind of associated with ITV News, and people often bring it up. And so within this time period, there's a very strong skew for excellent reporting by Channel 4, excellent reporting by ITV News, and as something to cheer up all of the brands on there, when people do very, very good reporting, that creates a sense of trust and identification. So those are two real examples. We are now doing this live firing, and I'm going to hand back to Nick to sort of take this home before questions.
I mean, there's not that much to add, to be honest. The main thing to add is, as I said before, I mainly work in kind of the qualitative space, and my clients don't want to pay lots of money for qualitative research a lot of the time. They want a broad brush approach that gives them an understanding and allows them to take action. And that's why I get Signify to help and collaborate with out the door a lot of the time, because they have this vast data set, and they can triage it rapidly, and they can come up with insights and findings that immediately engage and provoke and hopefully inspire clients to do. And that, I guess, is the point of the conference today: speed and cost effectiveness, and they deliver that in a way that, for me, that has made clients think, do, and led them to further research in the future.
Okay, could I open it up to questions?
You brushed over the Daily Mail. You know, why are they up there? You know, like I mean, you know, like I understand why they don't like me. I steal your jobs, your daughters. You know, but why are they trusted?
Do you want to take this, or shall I? They have their advocates. They are extremely ubiquitous, so they are the only people writing stories on lots and lots of local issues. Theirs is the strategy that GB News is copying now, and GB News is very concerning to me on a macro level, because in the past 8 years they've gone from being the 150th most influential source to being in the top 5 or 6 for every project we do, from like carpets to what people are watching on TV. You see GB News just soaring up the rankings. Daily Mail are kind of the incumbent, and they just write so much, and they are linked to an awful lot as an authority. So that within the weighting of the formula, that means that they have a lot of trust from their audience. And what they don't get anymore, because GB News has come along and is now acting as the bad guy, you don't get people saying, I never read the Daily Mail, you shouldn't share that link, etc. That behavior is less, anecdotally, because now you've got a new beast, which is the GB News.
Yeah, I was just curious, because I guess like the sort of traditional approach to sort of measuring brand trust would be sort of tracking longitudinal tracking things, or quantitative surveys with checking sort of brand equity. What do you see are the sort of pros and cons of this sort of approach versus those sort of more like the kind of classic quantitative research approaches?
I'll take this one as well. I love a survey, and with most of our media clients, we'll be running either Global Web Trends or YouGov, really long term. I've got nothing bad to say about traditional quant measures, because sometimes there's no substitute for asking a question. But the key difference here is that it's unprompted. So A, we don't have to commission, and we don't have to, you know, we can't be quite as precise in our definition of audience, but we can be reasonably precise in terms of demographics and geolocation. So you don't have to commission quite so elaborately. It's very quick, and it's unprompted. which means often you're saying to clients, well, nobody cares. A very nice example being recently with the Co-op and Marks and Sparks cyber attacks, being able to say to our interested client in that sector, it's 8% of your coverage this month. So nobody cares. They care much more about Dubai chocolate and new lingerie than they do about your cyber attack. But yeah, it's unprompted, so it's real behavior. So there's a key difference, but I did a very long intro there about how much I love surveys. I genuinely do, and I think that digital unprompted data plays quite nicely with what you also know from your longitudinal surveys.
Thank you for the presentation. We also work with social data, and when we started working with social data, there was a lot of parallels with quality issues that we could see with panel data. And we did like an audit of all the main suppliers to try to understand what were their data cleaning protocols with social data. And the most common answer was there was none. So it's a bit of a tricky question, but I'll ask it anyway. If you had to estimate what proportion of the social data you see from the main platform being bot generated, precisely for the reason that you mentioned earlier, that more controversial type of content generate traffic, how would you estimate this? And the follow-up question with this is, we know with panel quality issues, it's a very hard conversation to have with clients. So how tough of a conversation it is to be quite candid and say that to a degree we don't know up to what point the whole proportion of the social data that we have is actually real data versus bot-generated data from whichever origin.
It's just a massive question. Let's not go too deep into this. Over the 8 years, we've developed a real expertise in bot and account-focused analysis, particularly with our work with Threat Matrix, looking at people who are abusing individuals or campaigns or athletes or events. You can identify bot-like behavior quite often. Often when people think they're being swarmed by bots, they're being swarmed by real people who are just cutting and pasting. It can just be activist behavior. But in the commercial space, there's an awful lot of bot activity and just garbage. And Twitter/X is getting worse and worse and worse. Twitter used to be, 8 years ago, the most marvelous research tool that's ever been created in the universe. And now we have increasingly tough questions from every single client about, well, what about Twitter? I haven't been on there for 3 years. It's just a cesspit, and you can still find 9,000 really highly engaged Dungeons and Dragons fans on there if you want to. But it is a less high quality pool. It's still very important for the worlds of journalism and the worlds of sport because it's such a second screen thing, and reasonably important for TV. But the behavior and profile of people on X has changed a lot as well because people have been driven away who don't have an interest in sport or crypto or a reason to be there. So degrading source there, Blue Sky, designed to be exactly the same quality of research tool, all open source at the moment, rather than £500,000 a year, which is nice, but it's absolutely tiny. And then Meta and X, the reason why we don't have them in the mix is because that is a arms race of data gathering, and to be consistent is particularly difficult to be consistent for clients. So we only do that for clients who want it, which is about 95% of clients, because you've got really great quality data on there, but you have to decide what you're looking for. So you go within specific hashtags. You're looking only for mentions of your brand and maybe 3 or 4 competitors. And that makes it a rational thing that you can do and where you can compare things naturally, but we have to do that on a paid basis. So this is the longest answer ever. We get tough questions from clients all the time. The most recurring question is, what about X? And how much of this is X? We don't like it. And it's a visceral thing, but also they're right. as a data source, it's going down. And the best quality is Reddit and YouTube comments, which are really sort of often irrelevant, but fantastically authentic, unprompted data. Does that answer a cause for the question?
Okay, yeah, we're out of time, but thank you to Nick, Joe, and Iffy for your presentation. It was great. Thank you. Okay, so it's at this point that I bid our streamers who have been listening all day on the internet farewell, because the final session is interactive and it didn't really work online. So you'll be switching off, but thank you. Which leaves the rest of us in the room for the final session of the day and your chance to participate and collaborate as a group. In a conference that embraces innovation, I would say it's appropriate that today the ASC brings a new workshop format to our one-day conferences, and one we hope that you will both enjoy and find valuable. Let me introduce you, although I think we've already seen some of Neil today. Neil Smith of Sketchbook Consulting and of the ASC. He's also a certified member of the MRS, been in insights industry for 20 years. The interactive session will be supported by other committee